So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter episode Forbidden Magic from the Party event. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe, like and share the video, and also you can turn on the bell notification also whenever I upload video you can get notification first. And because of some YouTube community guidelines, I have to make this short intro. No need to see, you can skip directly to the story part. So yeah, without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
Harry's shoulder slammed into the car door at 60 miles per hour, and the lock gave way like wet paper. 1 second he was crammed in the back seat of Uncle Vernon's company car, Dudley's elbow grinding into his ribs while his cousin complained about wanting McDonald's. The next second Vernon's meaty hand swung back to cuff him for existing too loudly, and something inside Harry just snapped. The door didn't open, it launched. Ripped straight off its hinges and tumbling across 3 lanes of London traffic like a massive metal frisbee. Harry went with it, thrown from the vehicle by the same impossible force that had destroyed the door, and the world became a blur of honking horns, screaming brakes, and Aunt Petunia's shriek cutting through everything. He should have died. Should have painted himself across the asphalt of the M4 or gotten turned into paste by the lorry swerving to avoid the suddenly doorless sedan. Instead, Harry felt something wrap around him. Warm, electric, alive, and the next thing he knew, he was standing in an alley. Not the alley where he'd landed. He'd moved again. The warmth had squeezed him through a pinhole and spat him out somewhere else entirely. The walls here were grimy brick streaked with something that might have been mold or might have been old blood. The cobblestones under his trainers were slick with moisture despite no rain. The sky above was gray but wrong somehow, the gray of smoke rather than clouds. Harry pressed his back against the wall and tried to breathe. "What the bloody hell?" he whispered. His voice came out shaky. His whole body was shaking. Actually, he looked down at his hands, and they trembled like leaves in a storm. What the bloody hell just happened? No answer. Just the distant sound of something that might have been screaming, or might have been laughter, coming from deeper in the alley. Harry was 9 years old. He'd survived the cupboard under the stairs, survived Dudley's gang, survived going days without meals when he'd accidentally turned his teacher's wig blue. He knew how to handle being alone in dangerous places. You kept quiet. You found somewhere to hide. You waited for the danger to pass. He started moving, staying close to the wall, keeping his footsteps as silent as possible. The alley branched and twisted, opening occasionally into small courtyards filled with debris that Harry didn't examine too closely. Shops lined some sections, but these weren't like the shops on Privet Drive. The windows were dark, displaying things that made Harry's stomach turn. A hand floating in green liquid, a necklace of what looked like human teeth. Books bound in leather that seemed to breathe. A sign creaked overhead. Nocturne Alley. Harry had never heard of it. But he knew, with the same certainty that he knew his own name, that this wasn't a place where anyone would help him. Well, the voice came from behind him. What's this then? Little lost lamb wandered down from the light. Harry spun. 2 men stood at the mouth of the courtyard he'd just entered, blocking his exit. They wore robes, actual robes like in old movies about knights, and their faces had the lean, hungry look of stray dogs. "I'm not lost," Harry said. The lie tasted obvious. "I'm meeting someone." The taller man smiled. He was missing several teeth, and the ones he had left were the color of old wood. "Oh, I'm sure you are. Bit young to be shopping down here, though, aren't you?" "Looks familiar," the second man said. He was shorter, stockier, with a scar that split his left eyebrow in 2. He squinted at Harry. "Don't he look familiar?" "Marcus? Can't say he does." "Nah, look at him. Look at his face. Scarface stepped closer, and Harry backed up instinctively, his shoulders hitting the wall behind him. Black hair. Skinny little thing, and those eyes. Green? Marcus breathed. His expression changed. The casual predator interest sharpened into something else. Bloody hell. Shift his hair. Look for, don't touch me. Harry's voice cracked on the words. Scarface laughed. Oh, don't touch him, he says. Precious. He grabbed Harry's arm, yanking him forward, and his other hand went for Harry's forehead, shoving his fringe aside. The laughter died. Marcus. Marus. It's the scar. The bloody lightning bolt. It's him. It's Potter. Harry tried to pull away, but the grip on his arm was iron. Panic started to white out his vision. Not like this. He couldn't die in some filthy alley at the hands of these. These. Do you know how much he's worth? Marcus was saying, his voice distant and dreamlike through the roaring in Harry's ears. Dumbledore's been hiding him for years. There's people who'd pay. Merlin's beard, there's people who'd pay. What about them dark wizards? The ones who got off saying they was cursed. They'd want him dead, wouldn't they? Some of them. Others might want to use him. Boy who lived, raised right, could be powerful. Either way, Marcus grinned that terrible gap-toothed grin. Either way, we're rich men tonight. Harry's back hit something wooden, a door. He grabbed the handle behind him and twisted desperately. It opened. He fell backwards into darkness, scrambling across a floor that was cold and dusty, and he heard Scarface swear as they pushed in after him. The door swung shut on its own, and suddenly the only light came from candles that flickered into existence along the walls. Harry found his feet. He was in a shop, but not the front of a shop. A storeroom. Shelves lined every wall, floor to ceiling, crammed with objects that seemed to squirm in the candlelight. There were more things on tables, in glass cases, hanging from the ceiling on chains. Hundreds of them. Thousands, maybe. And every single one of them felt wrong. Harry couldn't explain how he knew that. The same way he couldn't explain how he'd ripped a car door off its hinges or teleported across London. He just knew. These things, whatever they were, radiated a coldness that had nothing to do with temperature. Looking at them made his teeth ache. Nowhere to run now. Little Potter. Marcus and Scarface had recovered from their surprise. They advanced through the maze of shelves, wands drawn, actual wands, like in fairy tales. Harry's mind noted hysterically, and their faces were all business now. Come quiet, and this doesn't have to hurt. Much. Harry backed up until his spine pressed against a shelf. Something on it vibrated against his shoulder blade. Something else whispered wordlessly in his ear. Stay away from me, he said. Or what? Scarface laughed. Going to do some accidental magic. Are you? Little baby wizard going to throw a tantrum. Harry's hand closed around something on the shelf behind him. He didn't know what it was. Didn't care. Anything could be a weapon if you were desperate enough. He swung. The object, some kind of ornate box, connected with Scarface's wand arm. The man yelped more from surprise than pain, and Harry bolted, ducking under a table, weaving between display cases. He heard them crashing after him, swearing, knocking things over. Corner him! Go around. The storeroom was bigger than it should have been. Harry kept running, but the shelves seemed to go on forever, twisting back on themselves, leading him in circles. His lungs burned. His legs screamed. He tripped over a rolled-up carpet that writhed under his feet and went sprawling, sliding across the dusty floor until he slammed into a dead end. Wall behind him, shelves on either side, and Marcus stepping into view ahead, wand raised, patience visibly exhausted. No games. He aimed his wand at Harry's chest. Stoof. Harry threw his hands up, and the world turned inside out. Later, he wouldn't be able to describe what happened. Not really. It was like It was like being the drain in a bathtub, except the bathtub was the size of an ocean. Everything in that room, every cursed object and dark artifact and malevolent relic that had been collecting dust in the back of Borgin and Burke's for decades, maybe centuries, all of it responded to his panic. All of it came home. Harry screamed, or tried to scream. His mouth was open, but the sound that came out wasn't human anymore. Black light, how could light be black, erupted from every shelf, every case, every surface. Streamers of darkness that plunged into him like arrows, into his chest, his eyes, his open mouth. He felt them, thousands of them, millions of fragments of twisted power forcing their way into his body, his mind, his soul. A ring that had drunk blood for 300 years. A locket that held the memories of 18 murdered brides. A dagger that had killed 4 kings and remembered each one. A mirror that showed your death and made you watch. Bones that had belonged to a necromancer, still aware, still hungry. A book bound in human skin that contained spells too vicious for even the darkest wizards to use. All of it, everything. Every single piece of malevolent magic in that room. Harry absorbed it all. Marcus never finished his spell. The energy flooding into Harry caught him in its wake and lifted him off his feet, slammed him into Scarface, who'd just caught up, and both men went flying backwards into a shelf that collapsed on top of them in a cascade of artifacts that had already been drained empty. The black light faded. The screaming. It had been all around him, voices in the objects crying out as they were consumed, stopped. Harry stood alone in the wreckage, breathing hard. His body felt strange. Heavy but weightless at the same time. Like he'd eaten too much, except it wasn't his stomach that was full. It was something deeper. Something that didn't have a name. He could feel the absorbed magic settling into him, finding places to live in the corners of his being, and with each passing second more of it clicked into place. Knowledge that wasn't his filtered through his mind. Curses. Counter-curses. Languages he'd never learned. The proper way to bow to a vampire. The secret weakness of a werewolf. How to brew a poison that left no trace. How to summon something that should never be summoned. Fragments and pieces, broken edges of terrible things, all of it jumbled together like a box of razor blades someone had shaken. Harry looked at his hands. They were glowing faintly, not with light, but with darkness, a thin haze of something that clung to his skin like smoke. "Oh," he said quietly. His voice had changed. Still his voice, but with depths it hadn't had before. "Oh, no." A groan from the debris pile. Marcus, struggling weakly under the collapsed shelf, blood trickling from a cut on his scalp. His eyes focused on Harry and went very, very wide. "What?" His voice cracked. "What air you?" Harry didn't know how to answer that. He turned and walked away, picking his way through the destroyed storeroom. The front of the shop wasn't much better. His little apocalypse had sent shockwaves through the whole building, knocking merchandise off display shelves, cracking the glass cases. A man stood behind the counter, frozen in place, his pale face slack with shock. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. "I'm leaving now," Harry said. The shopkeeper didn't move, didn't speak, just watched as Harry pushed open the front door and stepped out into Nocturne Alley. The alley felt different now. Before, it had seemed menacing, full of threats lurking in shadows. Now Harry could see those threats clearly. A hag crouched in a doorway 3 shops down, watching him with yellowed eyes. A vampire. He knew it was a vampire. The absorbed knowledge supplied the recognition automatically. Lounged against a wall, pretending disinterest. Half a dozen other dangerous things hiding in the gloom, all of them focused on the child who just walked out of Borgin and Burke's, trailing darkness like a cloak. None of them approached him. Harry started walking. He didn't know where he was going. Just away. Away from this place, away from those men, away from whatever had just happened to him. His feet carried him through the winding alleys, past shops that seemed to shrink back as he passed, until suddenly the grime and gloom gave way to brightness and color and the noise of crowds. Diagon Alley. The name floated up from his new knowledge. The main shopping district of Wizarding Britain. Harry stood at the junction between the two alleys, one foot in darkness and one in light, and felt the absorbed magic churning inside him. It hurt. Not physically, or not just physically. It hurt in ways he didn't have words for, like being too full of broken glass. "Easy there, son." A hand caught his shoulder, and Harry spun, power crackling at his fingertips before he could stop it. The man who'd touched him jerked back, eyes going wide, but he didn't run. He was old, bald, with a kind face that had seen too much to be easily frightened. "Easy. You look like you're about to collapse. I'm Tom. I own the Leaky Cauldron. The pub just there. Can I help?" Harry stared at him. The magic inside him whispered warnings. Don't trust. Can't trust. Alone safe alone. But Tom's face held nothing but concern. After what had just happened, simple human concern was almost enough to make Harry cry. "I don't know where I am," Harry said. The admission came out small. He suddenly felt every one of his 9 years. "I don't know how I got here. I don't." His voice broke. Tom's expression softened further. "Right then, let's get you inside. Cup of tea, bit of a sit down, and we'll figure this out. Whatever's happened, we can sort it. Come on, lad." He guided Harry toward a dingy looking pub that Harry somehow hadn't noticed before. The interior was warm and smelled like roasting meat and wood smoke. A few patrons glanced up at their entrance, but Tom shot them looks that made them quickly return to their drinks. "Upstairs," Tom said quietly. "Got a room you can use until we work out what's what. You're safe here. I promise you that. Safe." Harry wasn't sure he'd ever be safe again. Not with what he was carrying now. But he followed Tom up the narrow stairs because he didn't know what else to do. The room was small and clean, with a single bed, a wardrobe, and a window that looked out onto the alley below. Tom brought tea and sandwiches and didn't ask questions, just told Harry to rest and that they'd talk in the morning. When the door closed, Harry sat on the edge of the bed and tried to take stock. He was a wizard. That much he'd figured out from the knowledge floating around in his head. The weird things that had always happened around him. That had been magic. His magic. And now he had a lot more of it. He could feel the absorbed artifacts settling into some kind of order inside him. The initial chaos was calming, the broken pieces finding edges that matched, forming into something more coherent. It still hurt, but the pain was fading into a kind of dull pressure. Along with the magic came memories. Not his memories. Glimpses of the people who'd owned those objects, used them, been destroyed by them. A woman with silver hair who'd used the blood, drinking ring to maintain her youth, until it consumed her entirely. A dark wizard whose name Harry didn't recognize, but who had done things that made Harry's stomach turn, preserved now in the dagger's metal. The necromancer whose bones still remembered the taste of death magic still craved it. And something else, something that wasn't memory. A presence. Harry went very still. "Can you hear me?" The thought wasn't his. It came from somewhere deep inside, somewhere the absorbed magic had created. A voice that sounded like the creak of ancient doors and the crackle of flames and the whisper of silk over skin. Harry didn't answer. Didn't know how to answer. But his silence must have been answer enough, because the presence shifted, settled, and spoke again. "Interesting. Very interesting. You shouldn't have been able to do what you did, child. That kind of absorption requires ritual, preparation, focus. You just reached out and took everything, like breathing. Who are you? Harry whispered. A fair question. I've been asleep for a very long time, trapped in a ring that passed from hand to hand, each owner adding to my prison without knowing I existed. And now, the present seemed to stretch, testing boundaries, finding none. Now I'm awake, and I'm inside you, inside a child with enough raw, magical power to consume a shop full of dark artifacts without dying. Do you have any idea how rare that is? No? Of course you don't. You don't know anything, do you? Not your heritage, not your potential, not the shape of the world you've just stumbled into. The voice carried something that might have been amusement. I suppose I'll have to teach you. I don't want you to teach me anything. Harry's hands clenched on his knees. I want you to get out of my head. I can't. Even if I wanted to, which I don't. There's nowhere for me to go. I'm part of you now. All of us are. Every soul fragment, every consciousness imprint, every aware artifact you absorbed. We're all here, all part of whatever you're becoming. The horror of that settled over Harry like a cold blanket. He wasn't just carrying magic. He was carrying people. Evil people. Fragments of the worst things humanity had ever produced. This can't be happening. And yet it is. The presence sounded almost sympathetic. You didn't ask for this. I understand. But it's happened, and now we have to deal with the consequences. Sleep, child. Let your magic settle. Tomorrow you can begin to understand what you've become. What have I become? A pause. When the voice spoke again, it carried weight, ancient weight, the kind of gravity that only came with centuries of existence. Something new. Something that hasn't existed since my time, and perhaps never exactly like this. The wizarding world has a prophecy about you, did you know? The boy who lived, they call you. The one who defeated a dark lord as an infant. Harry didn't know any of that. The words crashed into him, rearranging everything he thought he understood about his life. They'll expect certain things from you. The light wizards will want to use you as a symbol. The dark ones will want you dead, or converted, or both. And everyone will underestimate you. They'll see a child, a pawn to be moved around their board. The presence's voice dropped lower, darker, infinitely more dangerous. Show them what you really are. Show them what we are. And when they finally understand, a sensation of cold satisfaction. Make them regret ever thinking you could be controlled. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to reject everything this voice was saying. But exhaustion was crushing down on him, the aftermath of terror and magic and transformation too heavy to resist. His eyes were closing despite his best efforts. Before sleep claimed him, he stumbled to the small mirror on the wardrobe door. He needed to see himself. Needed to know if he looked as changed as he felt. The face that stared back at him was still his face. Same messy black hair, same thin features, same lightning bolt scar on his forehead. But his eyes were wrong. They'd been green. Bright green, everyone always said so. You have your mother's eyes. Now they were green and something else. Colors flickered in their depths like oil on water. Purple, black, gold, cycling through shades that shouldn't exist in human eyes. What am I? Harry asked his reflection. The present stirred. Finally, a worthy vessel, Harry Potter, 9 years old, savior of the wizarding world, and now the most dangerous thing in magical Britain, closed his eyes and let darkness take him. Tomorrow he would figure this out. Tomorrow he would learn to control what he'd become. Tomorrow he would start becoming something that would make Dark Lords flinch and Light Lords recalculate. But tonight, he just needed to survive until morning. The magic inside him pulsed in agreement, and somewhere deep in his soul, something ancient smiled. Morning came gray and quiet. Harry woke slowly, awareness seeping back in fragments. For a few precious seconds he didn't remember where he was or what had happened. Then it all crashed back. The car door, the alley, the shop, the absorption, and he sat bolt upright in bed, hands flying to his chest. Still there. He could feel it. The mass of dark magic coiled inside him like a sleeping dragon. But it felt calmer than last night, more organized, as if something had sorted through the chaos while he slept. "Good morning." Harry flinched. Right, the voice. The presence. "Are you going to do that a lot?" he asked out loud, then felt stupid for talking to empty air. "Talk to you?" "I expect so. We have rather a lot to discuss, and you don't have to speak aloud. I can hear your thoughts if you direct them at me." Harry tried it, thinking his response as clearly as he could. "Who are you?" "Really? My name was Mordecai. Once upon a time, a very long time ago, I was a wizard. Perhaps the most powerful wizard Britain had ever known, though history doesn't remember me that way. History doesn't remember me at all. Actually, I made sure of that before the end. Why? Because I did things that would make your darkest nightmares look like children's stories. Things I'm not particularly proud of, and things I'm very proud of, and things that simply had to be done. I was a monster, child. Make no mistake about that. The ring that held me was created specifically to trap me after my death, to prevent my soul from ever finding peace or escape." Harry swallowed. "And now you're in my head. Now, I'm in your head. Part of you in a way. Your magic consumed me along with everything else. I couldn't separate myself if I tried. That's really bad, isn't it?" A pause. When Mordecai spoke again, some of the ancient weight had left his voice. He sounded almost human. "Perhaps. Or perhaps it's exactly what both of us needed. I've had a very long time to think about my choices, trapped in that ring. Centuries of nothing but reflection. I'm not the creature I was. And you?" Something like wonder colored the words. "You're remarkable. Do you know that? 9 years old, and you pulled off an absorption that should have been impossible. Your raw potential is staggering. I don't want potential. I want to go home. To the muggles who kept you in a cupboard." Harry's throat tightened. He hadn't told anyone about that. Didn't know how Mordecai knew. "I'm in your mind, child. I can see your memories if I try, and I have tried. I needed to understand what I'd landed in. A beat of something that might have been anger. Those people who raised you deserve worse than death. A child of your bloodline. Your power forced to live like a house elf in their own home." "Don't." Harry pushed the topic away. "I don't want to talk about them." "Fair enough. Then let's talk about something else. Do you know what you are? What your scar represents?" Harry touched his forehead. "People keep acting like it means something. It means everything?" "On October 31st, 1981, the darkest wizard of the modern age attacked your family. He killed your father. He killed your mother. And then he tried to kill you, and something happened. His curse rebounded. He was destroyed. And you survived with nothing but that scar." The words hit Harry like physical blows. His parents, killed by a dark wizard. He'd always been told they died in a car crash. "Lies," Mordecai said flatly. "Everything those muggles told you was lies. Your parents were magical. Powerful magical. They died heroes, protecting you. And you did something impossible. You survived a curse that has never been survived. The killing curse. The most terrible magic known to wizard kind. How? No one knows. There are theories. Your mother's sacrifice, love magic, ancient protections. But none of them fully explain it. And now, with what you've absorbed, it matters even less. Whatever made you special before, you're something else entirely now." A knock at the door. Harry tensed, but the voice that called through was Tom's. "The kindly barkeeper from last night. You awake in there, son? Brought some breakfast." Harry got out of bed, noting absently that he was still wearing the clothes from yesterday, filthy and torn from his adventure. He opened the door a crack. Tom's eyebrows rose at the sight of him. Rough night? You could say that. Breakfast first, then. Eat something, get cleaned up, and then we can figure out your situation. I didn't want to push last night, but you've got the look of someone who's been through something unusual. And in our world, unusual usually means complicated. Our world, the wizarding world, the world Harry belonged to and had never known existed. Okay, he said. Okay, yeah. Breakfast sounds good. He sat at a small table by the window and ate eggs and toast and bacon while Tom watched with patient concern. The food tasted incredible, better than anything he'd ever had at the Dursleys, though that wasn't a high bar. His magic seemed to appreciate the fuel, settling more comfortably with each bite. So, Tom said eventually, want to tell me how a 9-year-old boy ended up stumbling out of Nocturne Alley looking like he'd seen a ghost? Or several ghosts. Harry considered his options. Lying seemed stupid. He was completely out of his depth and needed help. But the full truth. Don't tell him everything, Mordecai advised. Tell him enough to get assistance. But keep the absorption secret. If anyone realizes what you're carrying, you'll become a target. Harry hadn't planned on telling the truth about that anyway. He didn't want to think about it himself. I live with my aunt and uncle, he said. They're not nice. Something happened when I was in their car yesterday. I don't know what, some kind of accident. And then I was in this alley. Nocturne. You called it? And there were these men who recognized me. They chased me into a shop and... He shrugged. I don't really remember what happened next. I woke up and they were unconscious and I walked out and you found me. Tom's expression went through several changes during this story. Concern, recognition, anger, and finally, a kind of wary resignation. You're Harry Potter, he said, not a question. Harry blinked. How did you? The scar lad? Everyone knows about the scar. Tom leaned back in his chair. You're famous? Did you know that? The boy who lived. There's not a witch or wizard in Britain who doesn't know your name? I didn't know. I didn't know any of this until yesterday. No, I don't suppose you would. Dumbledore was very careful about where he placed you. Tom's voice carried a hint of disapproval. With muggles, we were told. For your protection. Seems like that protection had some gaps. Dumbledore, Mordecai said. Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster of Hogwarts, Supreme Mugwump, Chief Warlock. The most powerful wizard of the current age. And apparently the one who decided your fate as an infant. Harry filed that name away. It sounded like someone he'd need to know more about. What happens now? He asked Tom. That depends on you, I suppose. I could contact the authorities. The Ministry of Magic. They handle situations like this. Or I could contact Dumbledore directly. He'd want to know you're here. Neither of those options. Mordecai said urgently. The Ministry is corrupt and Dumbledore will try to control you. You need time to learn what you are before anyone else gets their hooks in. Harry tended to agree, though for simpler reasons. He'd spent his whole life being controlled by adults who didn't care about him. He wasn't eager to trade one set of handlers for another. Can I just stay here for a while? He asked. He stopped. He didn't have anything. No money, no belongings, nothing but the clothes on his back. Tom seemed to understand his hesitation. Your parents left you quite a bit, from what I understand. Vault at Gringotts, the Goblin Bank. You'd need to go there anyway to access it, and they'd be able to verify your identity. Money. His parents' money. An entire vault of it, apparently. I can take you there this morning if you'd like, Tom offered. Help you get set up. After that, well, You're welcome to rent a room here for as long as you need. Merlin knows it's the least I can do for James and Lily's boy. You knew my parents. Everyone knew them, lad. They were bright lights in dark times. Your father especially, charming fellow, good sense of humor, could light up a room just by walking into it. Your mother was brilliant, kindest which I ever met. Tom's eyes had gone distant with memory. Their deaths. It hit everyone hard. And when we heard you'd survived, little baby Potter, the whole country celebrated. You gave people hope. Harry didn't know what to do with that. He'd spent his whole life being told he was worthless, a burden, a freak. Now a stranger was telling him he was famous, beloved, a symbol of Hill Real. I'd like to go to the bank, he said finally. And then? I guess I'll figure it out from there. Tom smiled. Smart lad. One step at a time. That's the way to handle impossible situations. He stood, gathering the breakfast dishes. Get yourself cleaned up. There's a bathroom down the hall. I'll find you some clothes that fit better than those rags, and then we'll go see the goblins. After Tom left, Harry sat for a moment in the quiet room. Well, Mordecai said, that could have gone worse. He seemed nice. He is nice, genuinely kind, from what I can tell. They're rare, those ones. Don't trust easily, but Tom might be worth the risk. Harry went to the bathroom and washed his face, examining himself in the mirror again. His eyes still flickered with those strange colors, but they seemed less intense in the daylight. Maybe he could pass them off as a trick of the light, if anyone asked. The face looking back at him was still his, but something about it had changed. Something in the set of his jaw, the steadiness of his gaze. Yesterday he'd been a scared child running from everything. Today he had power. He didn't understand it, couldn't control it, and was possibly sharing his head with an ancient monster. But for the first time in his life, Harry Potter had options. What do I do with all this magic? He asked Mordecai. It feels like it's going to burst out of me. It won't. Not now that it's settled. But you'll need to learn to channel it properly, or it'll start leaking in unpredictable ways. Accidental magic. They call it in children. What you did yesterday was considerably more dramatic than accidental magic should be. Can you teach me? A pause. Harry felt something complicated move through the presence in his mind. Surprise, maybe, and something else. Yes, I can teach you. Not everything. Some knowledge should die with me. But enough to survive. Enough to protect yourself. Would you like that? Harry thought about the two men in the shop, thought about Uncle Vernon's meaty hand swinging toward his face, thought about Dumbledore, whoever he was, apparently deciding Harry's entire life without asking him. Yes, he said. I would. Then we begin tonight. But first, the bank. You'll need resources if you're going to survive independent of the wizarding world's power structures. Money, information, connections. The goblins can help with the first two. The third, you'll have to build yourself. Harry nodded at his reflection. Okay, he could do this. One step at a time, like Tom said. The door to his room opened. Tom had left clothes outside, neatly folded. Simple wizarding robes in dark blue, along with undergarments and boots that looked about the right size. Harry changed quickly, marveling at how different the robes felt compared to Dudley's cast, off T-shirts. These actually fit. They were made for him, or at least for someone his size. Such a small thing. But it mattered. He met Tom downstairs, and they walked out into Diagon Alley together. Harry's first proper look at the wizarding shopping district in daylight made him stop and stare. The colors, the movement, broomsticks in shop windows and owls on perches, and people in robes of every shade walking and talking and laughing. Signs advertised things he couldn't understand, cauldrons and quills and things called sneakoscopes. The air smelled like magic, if magic had a smell, like ozone and old books and something sweeter underneath. Beautiful, isn't it? Mordecai's voice was soft. It hasn't changed much since my time. The details shift, but the heart of it remains. This is your heritage, Harry. Your birthright. They made their way through the crowds toward a massive white building at the end of the alley. Gringotts, Tom called it. The Goblin Bank. The creatures that guarded the entrance made Harry stumble. Short, sharp-featured, with clever eyes and pointed teeth. Goblins. Real goblins. They watched him pass with expressions he couldn't read. Inside, the bank was marble and gold and more goblins. These ones seated at high desks, doing mysterious banking things with massive ledgers. Tom led him to a counter where a particularly severe-looking goblin waited. "Harry Potter wishes to access his vault," Tom said. "He's been somewhat out of touch with the wizarding world." Muggle-raised? The goblin's eyes narrowed, flicking to Harry's scar. "Indeed. And can Mr. Potter prove his identity?" "I don't have any documents," Harry admitted. "I didn't even know I had a vault until this morning." The goblin made a sound that might have been a sigh. "Then we shall have to verify through other means. A blood test will confirm your heritage and grant appropriate access. Is this acceptable?" "Standard procedure," Mordecai said. "Nothing dangerous. They'll prick your finger, and the blood will prove you're who you claim to be." Harry nodded. "Okay." The process was quick. A silver knife, a drop of blood on parchment, and words appearing in gleaming red ink. "Harawagamus patar," they read. "Sana uf jamus uf feliemo and patar aa well patar nelat evayaris, tatioiti most ensign ananab elios of patir." "Well then," the goblin said, something almost like respect entering his voice. "Welcome to Gringotts, Mr. Potter. I am Grifhook. I will be your account manager for the duration of your visit. Shall I arrange a full inheritance review, or do you simply wish to access your trust vault at this time?" What's the difference?" Grifhook's sharp smile showed all of his pointed teeth. "The trust vault was established for your expenses until you reach majority. It contains a modest sum, approximately 50,000 galleons. The inheritance review would cover your family's full holdings, including the main Potter vault, any properties, investments, and heraldry seats on the Wisingamot. 50,000 galleons is not modest," Mordecai said, sounding amused. "That's roughly 250,000 pounds. And that's just the trust vault." Harry's head spun. He'd never had money. Now he had this. "Just the trust vault for today," he managed. "I need time to understand all of this." "A prudent choice." Grifhook gestured toward a door behind the counters. "This way, Mr. Potter. The cart will take us down to your vault." The cart ride was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. A mad plunge through twisting tunnels on rails that seemed designed by someone who hated both safety and sanity. His stomach lodged somewhere near his throat and stayed there until they finally screeched to a halt in front of a heavy iron door. Inside the vault, Harry stared. Mountains of gold coins, piled carelessly like sand on a beach. Silver pieces mixed in and smaller bronze ones. More money than he could have imagined in one place. "The gold ones are galleons," Grifhook said. 17 silver sickles to a galleon, 29 bronze nuts to a sickle. "Shall I provide a pouch?" Harry filled the bottomless pouch Grifhook gave him with what seemed like a reasonable amount, enough to live on for months, according to Mordecai, and tried not to think too hard about the sheer impossibility of his situation. Yesterday, he'd been Harry Potter, the freak who lived in a cupboard. Today he was Harry Potter, heir to a fortune, carrier of dark power, and host to an ancient, possibly evil wizard soul. What would tomorrow bring? The cart ride back was just as terrifying. Harry emerged into the bank's lobby feeling windswept and slightly nauseous, but also oddly exhilarated. He had money. He had options. For the first time in his life, he could make choices. "Thank you," he told Tom outside the bank. "For everything." I don't know what I would have done without your help." Tom waved off the gratitude. "Just doing what's right. Your parents were good people, Harry. The least any of us can do is look after their boy." He paused. "You're sure you don't want me to contact anyone? Dumbledore would want to know you're safe." "I'm sure. I just need some time. Time to figure things out." "Fair enough. You know where to find me if you need anything. Room's paid for whenever you want it. Don't argue. I won't take your money. Consider it a gift for your parents, son." Harry watched Tom disappear back into the leaky cauldron, then turned to look at Diagon Alley spreading out before him. His world. His heritage. "Well," Mordecai said, "that's step one complete. You have resources. Now we need to establish a base, create a routine, and begin your education. You have 2 years before you receive your Hogwarts letter. 2 years to learn what you are and how to use it. 2 years." Harry frowned. "What happens in 2 years?" "You turn 11 and get your invitation to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It's where all British magical children go to learn, and where you'll meet the various factions who want to control your future." The presence shifted. "We have that long to make sure they can't." Harry nodded slowly. 2 years to prepare. 2 years to understand the power he'd absorbed and learn to wield it. 2 years to become something more than a scared child who'd gotten lucky. He could work with that. "Teach me everything," he said to Mordecai. "I don't care how dark it is or how hard it is. I won't be helpless again. I won't be anyone's pawn." The ancient presence in his mind purred with satisfaction. Finally, a worthy vessel indeed. "Let's begin." Harry walked back into the alley, the first day of his new life stretching out before him, and he didn't look back, not even once. Chapter 2. Awakening. The Hogwarts letter arrived on a Tuesday, delivered by a gray owl that swooped through Harry's open window at the leaky cauldron like it owned the place. Harry caught the envelope before it hit his breakfast and flipped it over, examining the purple wax seal stamped with a coat of arms, a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger surrounding a large letter H. 2 years of preparation, and here it was. The moment everyone in Wizarding Britain had been waiting for. The boy who lived was officially entering the magical world. "Dramatic," Mordecai observed. "They do love their ceremony." Harry broke the seal and scanned the contents. Standard acceptance letter. List of required supplies. Instructions for responding. Nothing he hadn't expected. What he hadn't expected was the second letter that fell out when he shook the envelope. This one was handwritten on cream-colored parchment, the script elegant but hurried. "Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. I have recently become aware that you have been living independently in Diagon Alley for the past 2 years, and I must confess to considerable concern. Your aunt and uncle reported you missing shortly after your disappearance, and while the Muggle authorities eventually closed their investigation, those of us in the wizarding world have been quietly searching ever since. I would very much like to meet with you at your earliest convenience to discuss your situation and ensure your well-being. I knew your parents well, and I feel a certain responsibility for your welfare. Please respond to this letter or visit me at Hogwarts. The castle's doors are always open to you. Warmest regards, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry read the letter twice, then set it aside and finished his eggs. "He's fishing," Mordecai said, "trying to re-establish contact before you arrive at school. Probably hoping to shape your perspective before anyone else gets the chance. You don't trust him." "I don't trust anyone with that much power," who claims to have your best interests at heart. In my experience, such people always have their own interests first, dressed up in pretty language about the greater good. Harry couldn't argue with that. He'd spent 2 years learning about Albus Dumbledore, the great wizard, the defeater of Grindelwald, the only one Voldemort ever feared. He'd also learned about Dumbledore the politician, the puppet master, the man who made decisions for others without consulting them, like placing a baby with abusive relatives and never checking to see if that baby was okay. I'll meet with him eventually, Harry decided, but on my terms, not his. He pocketed both letters and headed out for his morning routine. 2 years had changed Harry Potter. He was still small for his age. The malnutrition of his early years had left its mark, but there was nothing weak about him now. He moved through the crowds of Diagon Alley with quiet confidence, nodding to shopkeepers who'd come to know him, sidestepping tourists gawking at the magical displays. His eyes had settled into something that could almost pass for normal, the flickering colors mostly hidden unless you looked closely or caught him in strong emotion. His first stop was Flourish and Blotts, where he picked up the books on his Hogwarts supply list along with a few additional texts on advanced magical theory. The clerk didn't bat an eye. Harry had been their best customer for 2 years running, devouring everything from basic charms textbooks to obscure treatises on ritual magic. The standard curriculum is laughable, Mordecai had told him early in their partnership, designed to produce adequate wizards, not exceptional ones. If you want to survive what's coming, you need to go far beyond what Hogwarts will teach you. So Harry had learned. Occlumency first, the art of protecting his mind from intrusion. Essential when you shared your head with an ancient dark wizard and didn't want anyone else poking around in there. Mordecai had been a brutal teacher, battering at Harry's mental defenses night after night until Harry could construct walls that would make a master legilimens weep with frustration. Then came magic itself. Not the simple wand waving of school spells, but the deep theory underlying all magical practice. Harry learned that magic was alive, that it responded to will and intent and emotion. He learned that the distinction between light and dark was political, not inherent. Power was power, and only the user's choices made it good or evil. He learned to channel the absorbed artifacts, drawing on their knowledge without letting them consume him. The necromancer's bones taught him about death magic. Not the crude reanimation most people imagine, but the subtle art of touching the veil between worlds. The blood drinking ring had known secrets of vitality and life force that made standard healing magic look like putting bandages on severed limbs. The murdered bride's locket held centuries of knowledge about mental magic, compulsions and suggestions, and the delicate art of making people want what you wanted them to want. Harry used none of it. Not yet, but he understood it, and understanding was power. "You're being followed," Mordecai noted as Harry left the bookstore. Harry didn't turn around. He'd felt the presence too. Someone trying to be subtle and mostly succeeding. A professional. Dumbledore's people, possibly, or the Ministry. You've attracted attention, living here alone. A few people have tried to investigate over the years. Harry had dealt with those investigations. A few well-placed galleons, some careful misdirection, and a reputation for being a private but harmless young wizard who'd chosen unconventional living arrangements. It helped that he had powerful people willing to vouch for him. Tom at the Leaky Cauldron, certain goblins at Gringotts who appreciated his business acumen, a few shopkeepers who'd found him useful. Today's tale was more persistent than usual. Harry ducked into Twilfit and Tadding's, the upscale robe shop, where he'd started getting his clothing after outgrowing the simple robes Tom had given him, and watched through the window as a woman in nondescript brown robes tried to look like she was window shopping. Horror training, Mordecai assessed, but not current horror. The stance is right, but the edge is missing. Ex-law enforcement, probably. Private hire now, Mr. Potter. The shop's proprietor, Madame Twilfit herself, appeared at his elbow. Lovely to see you. Here for your Hogwarts robes. That's right. Standard set plus a few extras. Winter weight, please. I've heard the castle gets cold. Excellent taste, as always. She gestured toward the fitting area. And might I say, you've grown since your last visit. We may need to adjust your base measurements. Harry submitted to the fitting process, using the time to think. Someone was investigating him seriously. The question was whether to let them continue or shut it down. Let them, Mordecai advised. Better to know who's interested than to drive them underground. Besides, you're about to become very public at Hogwarts. Whoever this is will have their answers soon enough. Fair point. Harry paid for his robes, charging them to his vault via the Gringotts account linked to most high-end shops, and walked out past his tail without acknowledging her presence. His next stop was Ollivander's. The wandmaker's shop was just as cramped and dusty as it had been 2 years ago, when Harry had first walked in expecting a simple shopping trip and walked out with something far more complicated. Mr. Potter. Ollivander emerged from the shadows of his shop like a ghost materializing. I wondered when you'd return, Mr. Ollivander. Harry inclined his head respectfully. I need to discuss some modifications. Indeed you do. The old man's silvery eyes gleamed in the dim light. The focus I crafted for you was always meant to be temporary. Shall we see how you've grown? Harry drew the slim black wand from his sleeve and held it out. It wasn't a true wand. Ollivander had called it a channeling focus, something to help Harry direct his power without the rigid structure of a traditional wand. Traditional wands hadn't worked for Harry. Every single one he'd touched during that first visit had exploded, overloaded by the sheer volume of magic he carried. Ollivander examined the focus with delicate fingers. You've been practicing. I can feel the channels wearing thin. Yes, this won't last much longer. He looked up at Harry. You'll need something more permanent for Hogwarts. Have you considered my proposal? I have. Ollivander's proposal had been radical. A custom wand built from scratch using materials that could handle Harry's unique magical signature. The process would take months and cost a small fortune. It would also require Harry to donate certain components. Blood, hair, a fragment of the absorbed darkness itself. It's risky, Mordecai had warned when Ollivander first suggested it. A wand built with pieces of you will be powerful, but it will also be impossible to hide what you are. Anyone who examines it closely will know you're not a normal wizard. Harry had decided the risk was worth it. He needed a proper tool, something that could channel his full power without shattering. I'm ready, he told Ollivander. How do we start? The process was uncomfortable but not painful. Ollivander took the samples he needed, a veil of blood, several strands of hair, and a fragment of crystallized shadow that Harry manifested from the darkness he carried, and disappeared into his workshop for nearly an hour. When he returned, he held a wand case made of ebony. Holly and phoenix feather were the materials that resonated with your original magical core, Ollivander said, setting the case on the counter. The phoenix feather in particular, it was a twin to the wand that gave you your scar. But your core has changed dramatically since then. The holly refused the bonding. The phoenix feather, well, he opened the case. Inside, resting on black velvet, was a wand unlike any Harry had seen. The wood was dark gray, almost black, shot through with veins of deep purple. The grain seemed to shift when Harry looked at it, patterns moving like smoke. There was no separate core visible. The entire wand hummed with barely contained energy. "Ilderwood," Ollivander said quietly. "The only wood that could handle your power without burning. Soaked in basilisk venom and thestral blood during the crafting to give it resilience." He paused. "The core is you, Mr. Potter. Your blood, your hair, and that shadow fragment all woven together into something new. I have never made a wand like this. I don't think anyone has." Harry reached out and picked up the wand. The connection was immediate and overwhelming. Magic surged up from somewhere deep inside him, flooding into the wand, and for a moment the entire shop went dark. Not normal darkness, the absence of light itself, a void that seemed to swallow everything. Then it receded, pulling back into Harry, and the shop returned to normal. Except Harry could feel his power now in a way he never had before. The wand wasn't just a tool. It was an extension of himself, a channel that turned his chaotic magic into something focused and deadly. "Extraordinary," Ollivander breathed. "Truly extraordinary. 13 inches, elder and composite core, surprisingly flexible. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. But in this case, you chose the wand, or perhaps you became the wand. I cannot say. That," Mordecai said with unmistakable satisfaction, "is a weapon worthy of you." Harry paid what Ollivander asked, a considerable sum, and walked out into the alley with his new wand tucked into a holster on his forearm. The weight of it felt right. The connection felt right. 2 years of preparation, and now he was ready. His tail was still there, lurking near the entrance to Nocturne Alley. Harry considered his options for a moment, then changed course and headed directly toward her. The woman, middle-aged, sharp, featured, with the kind of forgettable face that made for good surveillance, tensed as he approached. Her hand moved toward her wand before she caught herself. "You've been following me all morning," Harry said pleasantly. "It's getting boring. Why don't you just tell me what you want?" Up close, he could see the surprise in her eyes. Most 11-year-olds didn't confront professional investigators. "I don't know what you're talking about," she tried. "Sure you do. Brown robes, basic concealment charms, standard horror surveillance pattern. You're good, but I've been watching for people like you since I was 9. Harry tilted his head. "Who hired you? Ministry? Dumbledore? Someone else?" A long pause. The woman studied him with renewed interest. "You're not what I expected, Mr. Potter." "I get that a lot. Answer the question." "A private client. Someone concerned about your welfare." She seemed to reach a decision. "My name is Marlene Vance. I was an RR until 3 years ago. Now I do private security and investigation. Your case came across my desk last month." "What case?" "The case of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, vanished from his guardian's home at age 9 and apparently living alone in Diagon Alley ever since. Several people have tried to investigate you over the years. They all hit dead ends. My client wanted to know why." "Careful," Mordecai warned. "She's telling the truth, but that doesn't mean she's trustworthy." "And what have you found?" Harry asked. Marlene's expression shifted into something almost like respect. "That you're remarkably good at covering your tracks for a child. That you have resources you shouldn't have access to. That several powerful people in both Diagon and Nocturne Alley consider you a personal friend. And that every single person I've talked to describes you as polite, quiet, and absolutely not someone to cross." She paused. "Also that you visit Nocturne Alley regularly without anyone trying to take advantage of you, which should be impossible for an 11-year-old. Maybe I'm just friendly, maybe." Marlene didn't smile. "My client is serious black solicitor. I don't know if that name means anything to you." Harry kept his face blank, but his pulse quickened. Sirius Black, his godfather, currently rotting in Azkaban for crimes he may or may not have committed. Harry had researched it extensively and found the official story full of holes. "It means something," he said carefully. "Black never got a trial. Did you know that? He was thrown straight into Azkaban after his arrest. No hearing, no defense, nothing. My client has been trying to reopen the case for years. And recently, she discovered something interesting." Marlene lowered her voice. "Sirius Black had a will, one that named you specifically. If he dies in Azkaban without a trial, you inherit everything: the Black fortune, the Black properties, the Black seat on the Wisingamot. Someone wanted to make sure that will never gets executed. And they've been blocking every attempt to give Black his day in court." "This is significant," Mordecai said. "The Black family fortune is substantial, and their political power even more so. Someone doesn't want you to have access to either. Who's blocking it? That's what we're trying to find out. My client thought you might be able to help, or at least that you deserve to know." Marlene reached into her robe and pulled out a card. "If you want to talk more, this will reach me. No pressure, no expectations. Just, you should know what's being done in your name, and what's being kept from you." Harry took the card. "Who's your client, specifically?" "Andromeda Tunks. Black's cousin. She thinks he's innocent, always has, and she thinks you're the key to proving it." Andromeda Tunks. Harry added the name to his mental files. "I'll think about it," he said. "And Marlene, next time you want to talk, just approach me directly. The surveillance thing is annoying." A ghost of a smile crossed her face. "Noted, Mr. Potter. I hope to hear from you." She disappeared into the crowd, and Harry stood for a moment processing what he'd learned. Sirius Black, a godfather he'd never met, imprisoned without trial, possibly innocent, and people working to keep Harry from ever knowing the truth. "This changes things," Mordecai observed. "It opens possibilities," Harry corrected. "If Black is really innocent, freeing him would give me an adult ally with serious political power. And if someone's actively working against both of us, then you have an enemy to identify." Yes, this could be useful indeed. Harry pocketed Marlene's card and continued his shopping. He still had a wand to practice within a school term to prepare for. The Sirius Black situation could wait, but not forever. The morning of September 1st dawned clear and cool. Harry woke early, checked his trunk one final time, and made his way downstairs for breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron. Tom met him at the bottom of the stairs with a package wrapped in brown paper. "Thought you might want this," the old barkeeper said gruffly. "Found it in my collection a while back. Seemed like it should go to you." Harry opened the package. Inside was a photograph, a wizarding photograph, the figures moving and waving, showing a young couple laughing together at what looked like a wedding reception. The woman had bright red hair and brilliant green eyes. The man had messy black hair and wire-rimmed glasses. His parents, young and alive and happy. "That was taken at their wedding," Tom said. "I was there in the back. Proudest day of their lives. Both of them. Thought you should have something to remember them by." Harry's throat felt tight. In 2 years, despite all his research, he'd never found a photo of his parents. Everything had been destroyed in the war or hoarded by people who wouldn't share. And now Tom had just handed him this gift like it was nothing. "Thank you," Harry managed. "This is—" "Thank you." Tom waved off the gratitude, same as he always did. "Just take care of yourself at that school, hear me? Lots of politics there, lots of people who want things from you. Remember who you are and what you stand for. I will." Harry tucked the photograph carefully into his trunk and headed for King's Cross. Platform 9 and 3/4 was chaos. Families everywhere. Children running around, owls hooting, trunks being levitated onto the scarlet steam engine that dominated the space. Harry navigated the crowd with practiced ease, found an empty compartment near the back of the train, and settled in to wait. He didn't have to wait long. The compartment door slid open about 10 minutes before departure, and a boy Harry's age stuck his head in. Dark skin, sharp cheekbones, an air of bored sophistication that seemed a bit much for an 11-year-old. "This compartment taken?" the boy asked. "Just me?" "Perfect." The boy hauled his trunk in and collapsed onto the opposite seat with theatrical exhaustion. "Blaise Zabini." "And before you ask, yes, my mother is that Zabini." "No, I don't want to talk about her husbands. Any of them." Harry raised an eyebrow. "I wasn't going to ask." "Good. You'd be the first." Blaise studied him for a moment. "You're Harry Potter. Is it that obvious?" "The scar's a bit of a giveaway. Plus you've been living in Diagon Alley for 2 years, and everyone in certain circles knows your face by now." Blaise's expression shifted to something more genuine. "I've actually been hoping to meet you. You have a reputation." "What kind of reputation?" "The interesting kind. Word is you turned down invitations from 3 different pure-blood families who wanted to take you in after you surfaced. Word is you've been studying magic well beyond your age level. Word is Nocturne Alley considers you a friend." Blaise grinned. "I like people with interesting reputations. They're so much less boring than everyone else." "He's genuine," Mordecai observed. "Cynical, calculating, but genuinely curious about you. And the Zabini family is politically neutral. His mother has avoided taking sides in every conflict for decades. He could be useful." Harry found himself smiling. There was something refreshing about Blaise's straightforward approach. "You've done your research." "I always do my research. Saves time in the long run." Blaise stretched out comfortably. "So, Harry Potter, what are you actually like?" "The prophet's version is all chosen one nonsense, and boy, who lived mythology. I'm betting the real thing is more complicated." "You'd win that bet." They talked as the train pulled away from the station, and Harry found himself relaxing in a way he rarely did. Blaise was smart, genuinely smart, not just book smart, and had a cutting wit that made even mundane topics entertaining. He didn't care about Harry's fame, didn't want anything from him, just seemed to enjoy having a conversation with someone he considered an equal. It was surprisingly nice. About an hour into the journey, the compartment door opened again. This time it was a girl. Blonde hair pulled back in a practical braid, ice blue eyes that swept over the compartment with sharp assessment, robes of obviously expensive make. "May I sit here?" she asked. Her voice was cool, formal. "The other compartments are full of idiots," Blaise snorted. "Daphne Greengrass, always so charming." "Come in. We were just discussing whether Hogwarts sorting is actually random, or if the hat just reads your parents' affiliations." Daphne settled into the seat next to Harry, and he caught a whiff of something floral, expensive perfume, subtle but distinctive. "It's based on magical resonance with the founder's original values," she said. "Everyone knows that. Everyone thinks they know that. There's a difference." "And what do you think, Potter?" Daphne turned those sharp eyes on him. "Any theories about where you'll end up?" Harry considered the question. He'd thought about it a lot, actually. His parents had both been Gryffindors. Dumbledore clearly expected him to follow in their footsteps, but the magic Harry carried wasn't exactly aligned with Gryffindor values. "I think the hat will have a hard time with me," he said finally. "I don't fit neatly into any category." "How mysterious." Daphne's tone was dry, but there was a spark of interest in her eyes. "I've heard rumors about you, Potter. Strange things. Care to confirm or deny any of them?" "Depends on the rumor. That you've been studying magic independently for 2 years. That you can do things first years shouldn't be able to do. That you walked into Borgin and Burke's when you were 9 and something happened that made the owner refuse to talk about you ever again." Harry kept his expression neutral. "Where did you hear that last one?" "My father has contacts in Nocturne Alley. They talk when the price is right." Daffin's gaze was steady, calculating. "I'm not trying to threaten you or expose you, Potter. I'm trying to understand you. There's a difference." "She's probing for weakness," Mordecai noted, "but also genuinely curious. The Greengrass family is neutral like the Zabinis, but more politically active. An alliance with them could be valuable." "What happened at Borgin and Burke's is my business," Harry said calmly. "But I'm happy to satisfy some of your curiosity. What do you want to know?" Daphne blinked. She'd clearly expected pushback. "Are the rumors about your magical ability true?" "Some of them." Harry drew his wand. His real wand, the one Ollivander had made, and held it up. "This was crafted specifically for me, because no normal wand could handle my power. Every wand Ollivander tried during my first visit exploded on contact." Blaze leaned forward, intrigued. "Exploded? Seriously? Seriously?" Ollivander called it the most extraordinary thing he'd seen in decades. Harry tucked the wand away. "I'm not trying to show off. I'm just answering your question honestly. Yes, I can do things most first years can't. I've been training for 2 years with resources most people don't have access to." "What kind of resources?" Daphne pressed. "Careful," Mordecai warned. "Books. Practice. Time." Harry shrugged. "Nothing sinister. I just didn't want to show up at Hogwarts helpless. Given my history, that seemed unwise. Your history of being the boy who lived. Or your history of being targeted by dark wizards." "Both." Daphne nodded slowly. "That's reasonable. More reasonable than most people in your position would be. The other famous children I've met have been less prepared." "Other famous children?" "The long-bottom hair. Various old family scions. People who grew up knowing they'd be in the spotlight." Daphne's expression flickered with something that might have been distaste. "Most of them are useless. All expectation. No substance." "And you think I'm different?" "I think you might be. I'm reserving judgment until I see more evidence." Blaze laughed. "That's Daphne for you. All warmth and friendliness." "I don't pretend to be something I'm not." Daphne shot him a quilling look. "Unlike some people." The three of them settled into a surprisingly comfortable rhythm after that. Blaze kept the conversation light, interjecting wit and commentary. Daphne probed and observed, asking sharp questions and filing away the answers. And Harry found himself enjoying both of them. Blaze's irreverence and Daphne's intensity made for an interesting combination. They were discussing the relative merits of different Hogwarts houses when the compartment door banged open. "So it's true." A blond boy stood in the doorway, flanked by 2 larger boys who had the look of hired muscle. "Harry Potter is on the train. I thought I'd come introduce myself." "Draco Malfoy," Mordecai supplied. "Son of Lucius Malfoy. One of the Dark Lord's inner circle. The family claimed to be under mind control after the war, but nobody actually believes that." Harry took in the newcomer's expensive robes, his arrogant posture, the way he looked at Blaze and Daphne like they were barely worth noticing. Classic pure-blood hair behavior, probably rehearsed in front of a mirror. "You must be Malfoy," Harry said pleasantly. "I've heard of your family," Draco preened. "Have you? Good. Then you know we're one of the most powerful pureblood houses in Britain. I'm sure you'll want the right sort of friends at Hogwarts, Potter. I can help you there." Can you? Of course. There are some families that are better than others. You'll learn that quickly enough. I can make sure you know which ones to associate with and which ones to avoid. Draco glanced disdainfully at Blaze and Daphne. The Zabinas have their uses, I suppose, and the green grasses are acceptable, if a bit neutral. Daphne's expression went arctic. Blaze just looked amused. I appreciate the offer, Harry said, his tone still pleasant. But I think I'm capable of choosing my own friends. Draco's face tightened. I'm not sure you understand the situation, Potter. The wizarding world has certain rules, certain expectations. If you want to succeed, you need people who know how things work. And you're volunteering for that role. I'm offering you an alliance. The Malfoy family and the boy who lived, working together. We'd be unstoppable. Harry stood up. He didn't do anything threatening, just rose from his seat and took a step toward Draco. But something in the movement, some edge of contained power, made Draco's flanking goons shift nervously. Let me be clear about something, Harry said quietly. I don't need your family's name. I don't need your political connections. And I definitely don't need someone telling me which friends are acceptable and which aren't. He held Draco's gaze. If you want to be my friend, try being friendly. If you want to be my ally, offer something I actually need. But don't walk in here like you're doing me a favor by noticing I exist. That's not how this works. Silence stretched. Draco's cheeks flushed with anger, or maybe embarrassment. You're making a mistake, Potter. Maybe. But it's my mistake to make. Harry smiled, and there was nothing friendly in it. Goodbye, Malfoy. Draco retreated with whatever dignity he could salvage, his goons trailing behind him. The compartment door slammed shut. Well, Blaze said after a moment. That was exciting. Daphne was looking at Harry with renewed interest. You just made an enemy of the Malfoy hair on your first day. I know. That's going to make your life more complicated. Probably. Harry sat back down. But I meant what I said. I'm not going to let anyone dictate my choices. Not Malfoy, not Dumbledore, not anyone. Not Dumbledore. Daphne's eyebrows rose. That's quite a statement. You heard about the letter he sent me. At her nod, Harry continued. He wants to mentor me, guide me, make sure I turn out the way he thinks I should, but he's the one who put me with the Dursleys in the first place. He's had 9 years to check on me and never did. I don't owe him my obedience. Blaze whistled low. Harry Potter. Rejecting the great Albus Dumbledore. This year is going to be very interesting. That's one word for it, Daphne murmured, but she was almost smiling. The rest of the train ride passed quickly. They changed into their Hogwarts robes as the sky outside darkened, and when the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt ready. Ready for whatever came next. The boats across the lake were a bit dramatic, Harry thought. Effective, though. The first sight of Hogwarts rising against the starlit sky was genuinely impressive. All towers and windows blazing with light, ancient and magical, and somehow exactly what a school of witchcraft should look like. The other first, years Ood, and Ahad appropriately. Harry just studied the castle, cataloging towers and potential entry points and the way the wards felt as they passed through them. Old magic, Mordecai observed. Very old. The founders knew what they were doing. These wards would be nearly impossible to breach, and from the inside, more possibilities. But we can explore that later. Focus on the immediate challenge, the sorting. Professor McGonagall, stern, Scottish, radiating competence, led them into the great hall where hundreds of students sat at 4 long tables. Candles floated overhead. The ceiling showed the same starry sky they'd seen outside. And at the front of the hall, on a stool, sat a raggedy old hat. Harry had read about the sorting hat. an ancient artifact created by the founders themselves, capable of reading minds and assessing character to determine which house each student belonged in. It was supposed to be infallible. It was also, essentially, a legilimens. Harry's occlumency shields were very, very good, but he had no idea how a founder-crafted artifact would respond to them. Don't hide everything, Mordecai advised. Give the hat something to see, your surface thoughts, your obvious traits. Just keep the deeper secrets buried. It should be enough. Should be. Not exactly reassuring. McGonagall read names from a scroll, and one by one, students approached the stool and put on the hat. R-N-C-L, A-R-V-N-C-L, R-Y-F-I-N-D-A-R, S-L-Y-G-R. Each announcement brought cheers from the appropriate table. Greengrass, Daphne! Daphne walked to the stool with perfect poise, sat down, and barely had the hat on her head for a second before it shouted, S-H-R-I-O. She joined the green and silver table with a small, satisfied smile. Malfoy, Draco? The hat touched his hair and immediately screamed, S-L-Y-D-own. Draco strutted to his table like he'd won something. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Every eye turned toward Harry. He heard whispers breaking out, Potter, Teachy Harry Potter, and felt the weight of expectation pressing down on him. He walked to the stool, sat down, and put on the hat. The first sensation was intrusion, something brushing against his mental shields, testing them. Harry allowed it, keeping his surface thoughts accessible while protecting the depths. Well, well, well. The hat's voice echoed in his mind. Harry Potter, I've been waiting for you. Have you? The whole school's been waiting for you, boy. But I'm the only one who gets to see what's really inside. A pause. Though I admit, you're making that difficult. Those shields are remarkable. Where did you learn occlumency at your age? I had a good teacher. I'm sure you did. The hat probed deeper, and Harry let it see more. His determination, his caution, his refusal to be controlled. Ah, interesting. You'd think with parents like yours, Gryffindor would be obvious. But you're not quite what they were, are you? There's too much calculation here for simple bravery. Too much hunger for wisdom to be purely ambitious. Just put me somewhere, Harry thought. I don't care which house. Oh, you don't? Then you won't mind if I. The hat pushed harder, and for a moment it brushed against something deeper. The absorbed magic, the darkness Harry carried, the presence of Mordecai, sleeping but aware. The hat recoiled. What air you? I'm Harry Potter, Harry thought calmly. That's all that matters. There's the things inside you. Harry clamped down on his shields hard, burying the dark knowledge deep. The hat was shaking on his head, actually trembling. Choose, Harry thought. Now. Very well. The ambition is there, undeniably. The cunning. The willingness to do what's necessary. And with what you carry. Yes. Better there, where you can learn to use it. Better than Gryffindor, where they'd never understand. The hat seemed to gather itself.
How by Ishy I am!
The hall erupted in confused noise. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, savior of the wizarding world, in Slytherin. The house of dark wizards, of pure blood supremacy, of Voldemort himself. Harry removed the hat and walked toward the green and silver table. The Slytherins looked uncertain. Their traditional enemy's conqueror was now one of them. Draco Malfoy's face was a twisted mix of triumph and horror. Daphne shifted to make room beside her. Well, she said quietly as Harry sat down. That was unexpected. For everyone else, her ice blue eyes met his. I had a feeling. Blaze, sorted into Slytherin moments later, dropped into the seat across from them. Harry Potter in the snake pit. This year really is going to be interesting. Harry looked up at the head table, where Dumbledore sat watching him. The old wizard's expression was troubled, calculating, adjusting plans on the fly. Good, let him recalculate. Let everyone recalculate. Harry Potter wasn't what anyone expected, and that was exactly how he wanted it. "Well done," Mordecai murmured. The game begins. The Slytherin common room was everything Harry had expected, elegant, cold, with windows looking out into the lake's green depths. Older students showed the first years to their dormitories, and Harry found himself sharing a room with Blaise, Draco, and two other boys named Theodore Knott and Gregory Goyle. The atmosphere was tense. Draco clearly wanted to reassert dominance after their train encounter, but was wary of pushing too hard. Theo Knott was silent and observant, watching everyone with sharp eyes. Goyle seemed content to follow Draco's lead. Harry claimed a bed near the window. Set up basic privacy wards around it, something that made Draco's eyes narrow with envy, and settled into wait. He didn't have to wait long. Around midnight, when the others were asleep, his door opened silently. A figure slipped inside, moving with practiced stealth. Harry's wand was in his hand instantly, a spell ready on his lips. Then he recognized the intruder. "Professor Snape," he said quietly. "Severus Snape, potions master, head of Slytherin, and according to Harry's research, former Death Eater," regarded him with cold black eyes. "Potter." The name came out like an insult. "We need to talk." "At midnight." "At a time when we won't be overheard." Snape flicked his wand, adding layers of privacy charms to Harry's already present ones. "What you are, what you carry. Do you think I can't sense it?" Harry's grip tightened on his wand. "What exactly do you think you sense?" "Dark magic. Volumes of it. More than any child should be able to contain." Snape's face was unreadable. The Dark Lord's touch, buried deep. "And something older. Something I don't recognize." "He's a skilled legilimens," Mordecai warned. "Be very careful." "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry said flatly. "Don't insult my intelligence." Snape took a step closer. "I knew your mother. We were friends once before everything. She had the same eyes. Looking at you is like looking at her ghost wearing James Potter's face." Something flickered in the professor's expression. "Pain, maybe. Old wounds. Whatever you think you know." "I think I know that Dumbledore expects you to be a weapon against the Dark Lord." Snape cut him off. "I think I know that you've been preparing for that role, whether you realize it or not. And I think I know that if anyone discovers what you're truly carrying, they'll either try to destroy you or use you." Harry said nothing. "I'm offering you something I've never offered another student," Snape continued. "A clemency training. Real training, not the theoretical exercises you've clearly been practicing. And in exchange—" "What?" Snape was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. "In exchange, you tell me honestly, is any part of Lily still alive in what you carry? Her sacrifice, her protection? Is there anything left?" The question hit Harry like a physical blow. He'd never considered that. His mother's protection, the magic that had saved him. Had it become part of him too? Part of the absorbed power? He reached inside, past Mordecai's presence, past the artifacts and darkness, into the oldest layer of his magic, and there, at the very core, warmth. Light. Something that felt like love. "Yes," he said, surprised by the roughness of his own voice. "Something's still there." Snape closed his eyes. For just a moment, the cold mask slipped, and Harry saw the grief underneath. Then there may be hope yet. Snape opened his eyes, and the mask was back. "Tuesday and Thursday evenings, my office. Tell no one." And he paused at the door. "Try not to get yourself killed before then. It would be inconvenient." He swept out, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. "That was unexpected," Mordecai observed. "He loved my mother, so it would seem. Human emotion, always so complicated. A pause, he could be useful. Or he could be a threat. Time will tell." Harry lay back on his bed and stared at the green, lit ceiling. First day at Hogwarts, and already he'd made enemies, made allies, and discovered that his potions professor might have been in love with his dead mother. Normal school was probably less eventful. He closed his eyes and let sleep take him. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, new games to play. But for now, he'd survived the first test. The boy who lived was in Slytherin, and the wizarding world would never be the same. The first weeks of term settled into a rhythm. Classes were, for the most part, laughably easy. Harry had already covered the first-year curriculum and much of the second during his 2 years of independent study. Charms, transfiguration, herbology, history of magic, all simple reviews of material he'd already mastered. Potions was different. Snape pushed him harder than the other students, demanding perfection, mocking every tiny mistake. Harry understood the game. Snape couldn't show him favoritism in public without raising questions. So he made Harry's life difficult in class, while secretly teaching him advanced occlumency in their private sessions. Defense against the dark arts was also different, but for worse reasons. Professor Quirrell, the stuttering instructor in the ridiculous purple turban, set Harry's teeth on edge from the first moment he walked into the classroom. Something about the man felt wrong. A smell of death, a sensation of cold malevolence, a presence that made Harry's absorbed artifacts stir uneasily. "He's possessed," Mordecai said during their second day to class. "There's something riding him. Something powerful. What kind of something, I'm not certain. But the energy signature feels familiar. Like an echo of something I knew long ago." Harry kept his distance from Quirrell after that, observing but not engaging. Whatever was wrong with the professor, it wasn't Harry's problem yet. His friendship with Blaise and Daphne deepened over the weeks. They studied together, ate together, navigated the treacherous waters of Slytherin politics together. Blaise was happy to stay neutral in most conflicts, providing commentary and avoiding commitment. Daphne was more strategic, building alliances with older students, gathering information, positioning herself for future power plays. Harry's role was more subtle. He didn't seek leadership openly. Too many people were watching him, judging him, trying to categorize him. Instead, he solved problems quietly. When a third year tried to bully a first year named Tracy Davis, Harry had a private conversation with him that left the older boy white-faced and cooperative. When the house's study materials went missing, Harry tracked them down and returned them without fanfare. When tensions rose between factions, Harry diffused them with careful words and occasional demonstrations of magical ability that reminded everyone he wasn't someone to push. Slowly, almost invisibly, he became someone people listened to. Not the leader of Slytherin House, that was still up for grabs among the upper years, but someone whose opinion mattered. Someone who could solve problems. It wasn't power, exactly. It was something more useful influence. "You're learning," Mordecai observed approvingly. "Building a power base without seeming to. Making yourself valuable. This is how true influence works. I learned from you, some of it, but some of it is natural talent. You have a gift for reading people, for knowing what they need and how to provide it. That can't be taught." By Halloween, Harry had carved out a comfortable position for himself. He had allies, Blaise, Daphne, and a growing circle of first years who looked to him for guidance. He had resources, his vault, his knowledge, his nocturne contacts, and he had begun to understand the complex web of factions and interests that made up Slytherin House. Then the troll happened. The Halloween feast was in full swing when Quirrell burst through the doors, screaming about a troll in the dungeons before fainting dramatically. Dumbledore ordered prefects to lead students back to their common rooms, which, for Slytherin, meant going straight toward where the troll supposedly was. Harry felt the wrongness of the situation immediately. Something's off, he murmured to Daphne as they filed out of the great hall. The troll, Quirrell, all of it. Harry's mind raced. A troll can't get into Hogwarts on its own. Someone let it in. And Quirrell's reaction was too theatrical. He's supposed to be an expert on dark creatures, but he fainted at the sight of one. A distraction, Mordecai agreed. But a distraction from what? The Slytherins made their way toward the dungeons. Harry hung back, thinking, and that's when he heard it, a scream from somewhere above them. "Someone's in trouble," Blaise said. "Someone shouldn't be up there." Harry was already moving. "Go on without me. I need to check something." "Harry, I'll be fine." "Go." He split off from the group, moving quickly through the torch-lit corridors. The scream came again, second floor, near the girls' bathroom. Harry ran. He found the troll first. It was massive, 12 feet of gray lumpy flesh, carrying a club the size of a small tree. And it was about to bring that club down on a small girl with bushy brown hair who'd backed herself into a corner of the destroyed bathroom. Harry didn't think, he acted. Power surged through his wand, and a wave of force slammed into the troll's side, knocking it off balance. The club came down wrong, shattering porcelain instead of skull. The girl screamed. "Row!" Harry shouted. The troll recovered faster than he expected. It turned toward him, small eyes filled with rage, and swung its club in a horizontal arc that would have taken his head off if he hadn't ducked. Too big to fight directly, Mordecai analyzed. You need to disable it quickly before it gets lucky. Harry rolled under another swing and came up casting. A blinding light spell caught the troll full in the face. It howled, clawing at its eyes. A cutting curse opened a gash on its leg that made it stumble. But it wasn't going down. These things were magic-resistant, their hide shrugging off most spells. Fine, he'd do this the hard way. Harry reached deeper into his power. Not the surface magic he used for everyday spells, but the absorbed darkness that coiled at his core. He pulled on the necromancer's knowledge, the understanding of life force and how it flowed. And he ripped. It wasn't a spell, not exactly. More like reaching out with his magic and tearing something essential out of the troll. Its life force, its animation, its will to move. The troll froze mid-swing. Its eyes went blank. It toppled forward like a falling tree and crashed to the bathroom floor, unconscious or dead. Harry wasn't sure which. Silence. The girl, Hermione Granger, Harry remembered now. Gryffindor, first year, known for her aggressive hand, raising in classes, stared at him with wide, terrified eyes. "What," she whispered, "did you do?" Harry's hands were shaking. He'd never used that power before, not on anything living. The sensation had been. Careful, Mordecai warned. She saw too much. You need to control this situation. I saved your life, Harry said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. What are you doing here? Everyone was supposed to go to their common rooms. I didn't know about the troll. I was in here crying. I didn't go to the feast. Crying about what? That doesn't matter. Hermione's voice rose. What matters is what you just did. That wasn't a normal spell. That was me saving you from a troll. Harry got his shaking under control. You can thank me or you can keep questioning it. Your choice. Footsteps in the corridor. McGonagall burst through the doorway, followed by Snape and Quirrell. They took in the scene, unconscious troll, destroyed bathroom, two first, ears covered in dust and debris. What on earth happened here? McGonagall demanded. The troll attacked her? Harry said, pointing at Hermione. I heard screaming and came to help. And the troll? I fought it off. Harry shrugged. Stunning spells, mostly. It went down eventually. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. She clearly didn't believe that a first-year could take down a mountain troll with stunning spells. But Hermione, to Harry's surprise, backed him up. "He saved my life, Professor. He was very brave." "Smart girl," Mordecai observed. "She knows not to make trouble. Or perhaps she wants to know more before she says anything." The aftermath involved point deductions for being out of bounds, point awards for sheer dumb luck. McGonagall's words. And careful questions from Snape that Harry answered with studied vagueness. Later that night, in their occlumency session, Snape stared at him with an expression Harry couldn't read. "A mountain troll," the professor said, "and you took it down alone." "I got lucky." "Don't lie to me, Potter." "I saw the body. That troll wasn't stunned. It was drained. Its life force was torn out by the roots." Snape's voice was soft, dangerous. "That's not luck. That's not even dark magic. That's something else entirely." Harry said nothing. "What are you, Potter? Really?" The question echoed in the silence between them. Harry thought about lying, deflecting, protecting his secrets. But Snape was teaching him, helping him, and if their sessions were going to continue, there needed to be some trust. "I don't know," Harry admitted. "Something happened to me when I was 9. I absorbed things. Power, knowledge, pieces of people who died long ago. It's all inside me, and sometimes it comes out. Absorbed things? What kind of things? Dark artifacts. Cursed objects. Centuries of accumulated dark magic." Harry met Snape's eyes. "I didn't choose it, but I'm learning to use it." For a long moment, Snape just looked at him. Then, very slowly, he nodded. "I see. Then our lessons become even more important." He gestured to a chair. "Sit. We have work to do." The occlumency session that night was brutal. Snape pushed harder than ever before, testing Harry's defenses, forcing him to protect his deepest secrets against a skilled assault. But Harry held, and held, and held. When it was over, Snape almost looked impressed. "Same time Thursday," he said. "Don't be late." Harry walked back to his dormitory with a strange feeling in his chest. Snape knew his secret now, or part of it. It should have felt dangerous, a vulnerability. Instead, it felt like relief. One more person who knew what he was. One more person who wasn't running away. Maybe that counted for something. The weeks after the troll incident changed things. Hermione Granger started watching Harry. Not stalking, exactly, but paying attention in a way she hadn't before. In classes, her eyes would find him. In the library, she'd happened to be studying at the next table. She never approached him, never asked questions, but the curiosity was obvious. "She wants to understand," Mordecai observed. Dangerous or useful, depending on how you handle it. Harry decided to handle it directly. He found her in the library one evening, surrounded by stacks of books, quill moving furiously across parchment. "You have questions," he said, sliding into the seat across from her. "Ask them." Hermione's quill stopped. She looked up at him with that intense focus she brought to everything. "What you did to the troll wasn't any magic I've read about. And I've read a lot. I know. You've checked out half the restricted section's worth of dark arts references in the past 3 weeks. Her cheeks flushed. "You've been watching me." "You've been watching me. Seems fair." A pause. Then Hermione set down her quill, squared her shoulders, and met his eyes. "I'm not afraid of you." "Good. You shouldn't be. But I want to know what you are. What you can do. Why you're in Slytherin when everyone expected you to be in Gryffindor." She leaned forward. "And I want you to teach me." Of all the things Harry had expected, that wasn't it. "Teach you what?" "Whatever you know. The real magic, not the watered-down curriculum they give us here. I saw what you did. It was terrifying and wrong, and it probably saved my life. And I want to understand it. I want to be able to protect myself, If something like that happens again, she has spine, Mordecai admitted, and ambition. Unexpected from a Gryffindor. You're asking me to teach you dark magic. I'm asking you to teach me effective magic. Dark, light. Those are just labels. Power is power. Hermione's voice was steady. I grew up in the Muggle world. No one taught me anything until I came here, and even now they treat me like I'm less because my parents are dentists. I'm tired of being helpless. I'm tired of not knowing things. You can help me fix that. Harry studied her for a long moment. Hermione Granger, brilliant, driven, desperate to prove herself. He saw the hunger in her eyes, the same hunger he'd felt when he first started learning. It won't be safe, he said finally. What I know, some of it has costs. Real costs. I understand. And if anyone finds out, we'll both be in trouble. I'm good at keeping secrets. Harry made a decision. Hermione wasn't Daphne or Blaise. She didn't have their political training or their natural caution. But she had something they lacked: raw, hungry brilliance. Properly trained, she could be formidable. Tuesday and Thursday mornings, empty classroom on the 7th floor. Bring your wand and an open mind. He stood to leave. And Hermione? Don't make me regret this. Her smile was fierce. I won't. By Christmas, Harry had a proper circle forming around him. Blaise remained his closest friend, cynical, witty, and loyal in his own way. Daphne grew closer, their conversations becoming more personal, their silences more comfortable. Hermione joined them in the library sometimes, her presence raising eyebrows among the Slytherins, but no one willing to challenge Harry about it. And there were others. Tracy Davis, grateful for his earlier intervention. Theodore Nott, silent and observant, but increasingly aligned with Harry's faction. Even a few Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs who'd noticed that Harry Potter didn't behave like they'd expected and found that interesting. It wasn't a political movement. It wasn't even intentional. But slowly, Harry was gathering people, building a foundation Mordecai approved. When the time comes, you'll have resources to draw on. When what time comes? The reckoning. It's always coming, one way or another. Better to be prepared. Christmas itself was quiet. Most students went home. Harry stayed at the castle, preferring its library and resources to any alternative. Dumbledore tried to approach him at the feast, full of gentle questions and grandfatherly concern. But Harry deflected politely and escaped as quickly as he could. One gift arrived that he hadn't expected, an invisibility cloak, wrapped in silver paper with a note that read, "Use it well." No signature. "Your father's cloak," Mordecai said as Harry examined it. "A powerful artifact. I wonder who's been holding it all these years and why they chose now to return it." Harry suspected Dumbledore, but didn't ask. The cloak was useful. That was what mattered. He used it that same night, slipping through the castle's corridors to explore places students weren't meant to go. Eventually, his wandering brought him to a dusty room containing nothing but a magnificent mirror. The Mirror of Arised. He read the inscription carved around its frame. Arised Strea Ruite Ub Kafruite on Wussi. He looked into the glass, expecting to see his reflection. Instead, he saw himself surrounded by people. His parents, young and smiling. Sirius Black, not gaunt and haunted but healthy and laughing. Daphne and Blaise and Hermione, older now, standing with him like equals. And behind them, shadowy figures that might have been an army or might have been a family, all of them looking at Harry with something that looked like love. "It shows your heart's desire," Mordecai murmured. "What you want most deeply." Connection, Harry realized. I want people. People who choose me, who stay. Not power, not revenge, not the domination your absorbed memories whisper about. Those are things I might need. But they're not what I want. Harry stood before the mirror for a long time, letting himself feel the longing. Then he turned away. Interesting, isn't it? Dumbledore stepped out of the shadows, his half-moon spectacles glinting. Professor, Harry wasn't even surprised. Were you following me? I was curious what you might find wandering these halls. Dumbledore moved to stand beside him. The Mirror of Arised is a powerful artifact. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest desire of our hearts. Many have wasted their lives staring into it. I won't? No, I don't suppose you will. Dumbledore's voice was thoughtful. You're not what I expected, Harry. Not what anyone expected. Is that a problem? It's a puzzle. The old wizard turned those penetrating eyes on Harry. I've been watching you since you arrived. You're powerful, far more than you should be. You're skilled, far more than your age allows. And you're already building a network of allies in ways that make experienced politicians nervous. Is there a question in there somewhere? Several. But I suppose the most important one is this. What do you want, Harry? Not what you desire, the mirror showed you that. But what do you actively want to achieve? Harry considered the question carefully. This was an opportunity, a chance to establish terms, to define the relationship on his own terms rather than accepting Dumbledore's framing. I want to be free, he said finally. Free to make my own choices without being manipulated or controlled. Free to protect the people I care about. Free to live my life without being anyone's weapon or symbol. And if the world needs you to be a weapon, if Voldemort returns, I'll deal with him. Not because a prophecy says I must, or because you want me to, but because he killed my parents, and I won't let him destroy anything else I care about. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. But I'll do it my way, with my allies, using my methods. That's not negotiable. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Dumbledore nodded slowly. You're very young to have such certainty. I had to grow up fast. Indeed you did. Dumbledore's expression shifted to something that might have been respect. Very well, Harry. I won't try to control you. I can see that would be pointless in any case. But I will ask this when the time comes. Give me a chance to explain my reasoning before you condemn me for the choices I've made. I've done things that may seem inexcusable, but there were reasons. There are always reasons. And you'll tell me those reasons when you're ready to hear them. Dumbledore gestured toward the door. For now, you should return to your dormitory. The cloak will get you there unseen. And Harry, he paused, the mirror will be moved soon. But if you feel the need to look again, resist it. The happiest people don't dream their lives away. Harry left the old wizard alone with the mirror and his thoughts. It felt like a small victory. Establishing boundaries. Making clear that Harry wouldn't be managed. But he knew better than to think Dumbledore would give up so easily. The chess game was only beginning. The rest of the year passed in a blur of classes, training, and slowly escalating tension around Quirrell and whatever secret the third-floor corridor held. Harry knew about the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione had worked it out weeks ago, and his own research confirmed it. He knew Dumbledore was using it as bait, some kind of test or trap. He knew Quirrell was the one trying to steal it, and he knew, increasingly, what was riding Quirrell's body. Voldemort, Mordecai confirmed during one of their mental conversations, or what's left of him. A wraith, possessing a willing host. I can feel his presence now that I know what to look for. He's weak, very weak, but still dangerous, and he wants what you carry, though he doesn't know what it is or how to get it. Harry had felt the Dark Lord's attention several times over the year. Moments when Quirrell's eyes would find him, and something else would look out through them, hungry and curious. Whatever connection should have existed between them. The scar, the failed curse, had been absorbed into Harry's power along with everything else. Voldemort could sense something, but he couldn't identify it. That gave Harry an advantage, one he intended to exploit. The confrontation came at the end of the year, when Dumbledore was conveniently absent and Quirrell finally made his move on the stone. Harry followed, not rushing blindly into danger, but prepared, aware, ready. He passed the tests easily. The Devil's Snare, the flying keys, the chessboard, he simply blasted through it rather than playing. The trolls already dead, probably Quirrell's work. The potions riddle, child's play with his background. Then he was through, and Quirrell was waiting. Harry Potter. The stutter was gone. Quirrell's voice was cold, confident. I wondered if you'd come. You knew I would. I suspected. My master has been very interested in you. Something about you doesn't add up. Quirrell turned from the mirror he'd been studying. The mirror of Arised, moved here as Dumbledore promised. He wants to meet you. Does he? Quirrell reached up and began unwinding his turban. The smell hit Harry first, death and decay and something darker underneath. Then the face was revealed. A second face growing from the back of Quirrell's skull, pale, twisted, with red eyes that burned with cold fire. Harry Potter. Voldemort hissed. We meet at last. Harry felt his absorbed artifact stirring, the darkness rising in response to the Dark Lord's presence. He forced it down, maintained control. Tom Riddle, he said calmly. The red eyes flared with rage. You dare. I dare. That's your name, isn't it? Tom Marvolo Riddle, half-blood orphan who remade himself as a monster. Harry tilted his head. I've done my research. Voldemort's lipless mouth twisted. You think you understand what I am? I think I understand what you're afraid of. Death. Obscurity. Being nothing. Harry stepped closer, and Quirrell, Voldemort, actually flinched back. Tell me, Tom, when you killed my parents and tried to kill me, what happened? What went wrong? Silence. The red eyes studied him with new intensity. You, Voldemort said slowly. There's something wrong with you. I can sense it. You carry darkness. Old darkness, older than me. What are you? I'm Harry Potter. Harry drew his wand. And I'm the one who's going to destroy you. He struck. The battle was brief and brutal. Quirrell was a mediocre wizard enhanced by Voldemort's knowledge, but Voldemort's knowledge was decades out of date. Harry had been training for 2 years against Mordecai's 1,000-year experience. He was faster, more creative, more willing to use power that should have been beyond a first year. Quirrell went down screaming as Harry's magic touched him, and something reacted. The same protection that had saved baby Harry, still active, still potent. The professor's skin began to burn wherever Harry's power made contact. Kill him! Voldemort shrieked. Kill I! But Quirrell was dying, crumbling, and the wraith that had possessed him was tearing free in desperation. The incorporeal form of Voldemort ripped out of its host and lunged toward Harry. Harry reached inside himself and pulled. The absorbed magic came up in a wave, and Harry directed it at the attacking wraith. Not to destroy. He wasn't sure that was possible. But to consume. To take. To make what was Voldemort's into Harry's own. The wraith screamed as Harry's power closed around it, trying to absorb it the way he'd absorbed the artifacts. For a moment, Harry felt Voldemort's memories, his knowledge, his broken soul. And then something rejected him. The Dark Lord's essence was too fragmented, too corrupted, protected by magic Harry didn't understand. The wraith tore free of his grip and fled, screaming curses as it vanished through the walls. Harry stood alone in the chamber, Quirrell's body crumbling to ash at his feet. You almost had him, Mordecai said quietly, but he's prepared for absorption. The Horcruxes protect his soul from being fully consumed. Horcruxes. Soul anchors. He's split his soul and hidden the pieces. That's why he survived your mother's sacrifice. Part of him was already elsewhere. A pause. I'll teach you more later. For now, well done. You've bought yourself time. Dumbledore found him there an hour later, sitting against the mirror, staring at the pile of ashes that had been Quirrell. Harry. The old wizard's voice was gentle. What happened? Voldemort tried to steal the stone. I stopped him. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. I told you I'd handle it my way. Whatever Dumbledore saw in Harry's face made him pause. Then, slowly, he nodded. So you did. So you did. The year ended with awards and accolades that Harry didn't care about. What mattered was simpler. He'd faced Voldemort and survived. He'd proven, to himself most of all, that he wasn't just carrying power, but could use it when it mattered. On the train back to London, sitting with Blaise and Daphne and Hermione, Harry allowed himself to feel something like satisfaction. First year complete. Many more challenges ahead, but for now, next year's going to be interesting. Blaise observed. Daphne's hand brushed Harry's, brief and warm. They all will be. Harry looked out the window at the passing countryside and smiled. I'm counting on it. Chapter 3. Dominion? The attack came 3 weeks into second year, and it changed everything. Harry was walking back from the library with Daphne when they heard the screaming. Not the dramatic shriek of teenage gossip or the playful shouts of students hexing each other in the corridors. This was real terror, the sound of someone facing death. They ran. The scene in the second-floor corridor stopped Harry cold. Mrs. Norris hung from a torch bracket, stiff and frozen, her eyes glassy. Water pooled across the floor from an overflowing bathroom, and on the wall, written in something that looked horribly like blood, Tichi Shiambr OFC Sirets Has, BNO Pen Indeed. Enamais OFTEIR, BWAR, students were gathering, whispering, pointing. Filch had arrived and was making sounds like a wounded animal. And in the middle of it all stood 3 Gryffindors, the Weasley twins and their younger brother Ron, looking terrified and guilty. What happened? Harry pushed through the crowd. We just found her like this, Ron stammered. We were coming from dinner and she was just... Amardiaro, Filch screamed. Why you are dear do YK8? She's not dead. The words came out of Harry before he'd consciously decided to speak. He could feel it, the cat's life force, suspended but present, frozen in a way that was unnatural but not fatal. She's petrified. Some kind of magical stasis. Everyone stared at him. How do you know that? McGonagall had arrived, her face pale. I can sense it. Harry didn't elaborate. She can be restored with a mandrake draught. Professor Sprout should have mature mandrakes by spring. More stares. Harry realized he'd revealed too much. Normal second. Years didn't casually diagnose magical conditions or prescribe remedies. But the alternative was letting everyone panic over a murdered cat. Mysterious. Potter is correct. Dumbledore swept into the corridor, his expression grave. Mrs. Norris has been petrified, not killed. She will recover in time. His eyes found Harry's and held them for a moment. A remarkable diagnosis, Harry. We should discuss how you arrived at it. Later, Harry said. Right now we should clear this corridor before whoever did this comes back. The crowd dispersed under McGonagall's stern direction. Harry lingered, studying the message on the wall, the pattern of water on the floor, the position of the cat. The Chamber of Secrets, Mordecai murmured. I wondered when this would surface. You know what it is. Salazar Slytherin's legendary hidden chamber, supposedly containing a monster meant to purge the school of Muggle-borns. Most people think it's a myth. A pause. It's not. Harry filed that away for later investigation. Right now, something else had caught his attention, a presence he could barely sense, lurking at the edge of his awareness. Something cold and fragmented and horribly familiar. Another piece of Voldemort's soul. "There's a Horcrux in this school," he told Mordecai. "I can feel it." "Can you locate it?" "Not yet. It's shielded somehow. But it's here, and I think it's connected to whatever opened this chamber." The implications were staggering. If Voldemort had left a Horcrux at Hogwarts, had perhaps even used it to open the chamber once before, then the attacks were only beginning, and Harry intended to stop them. The weeks that followed were tense. More petrifications occurred. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who'd been obsessed with photographing Harry. Justin Finch, Fletchley, a Hufflepuff. Nearly headless Nick, which shouldn't have been possible since ghosts were already dead. Each attack ratcheted the fear higher. Rumors flew. Some people whispered that Harry was the heir of Slytherin. He was in the right house, he had strange powers, he'd been the first to diagnose Mrs. Norris. Others defended him, pointing out that he had Muggle-born friends and had never shown any blood-purist tendencies. Harry ignored the rumors and focused on investigation. The bathroom where the first attack occurred was important. He'd felt something there, an echo of old magic, a passage that shouldn't exist. He returned late one night with his invisibility cloak and found Hermione already waiting. "I knew you'd come here eventually," she said. "I've been researching. The Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. A student died, and Hagrid was expelled for supposedly being responsible." "Hagrid?" Harry frowned. "The groundskeeper was many things, but a murderer wasn't one of them. He was framed. I'm sure of it. But the attack stopped after he was expelled, so everyone assumed." Hermione trailed off. "There's a ghost in this bathroom, Moaning Myrtle. She died here 50 years ago." Harry's eyes narrowed. "During the original chamber attacks." "Exactly. They found Myrtle easily. She was haunting a toilet stall, weeping dramatically about her death. A few carefully phrased questions revealed the truth. She'd died after seeing a pair of great yellow eyes. Something in the pipes. Something that could kill with a look. A basilisk, Mordecai said with grim certainty. The king of serpents. It can kill with direct eye contact and petrify with indirect exposure. A reflection, a camera lens, water. That's why no one's died. They've all seen it indirectly. Yes, but it's only a matter of time before someone looks directly at it. Harry examined the bathroom more closely and found what he was looking for. A sink that didn't work, with a tiny snake carved into the copper tap. "This is it," he murmured. "The entrance to the chamber. Can you open it?" Hermione asked. Harry reached inside himself, to the parcel-tongue ability that had come with his absorbed power. The snake language felt natural now, a gift from some ancient artifact or perhaps from Mordecai himself. "Open," he hissed. The sink began to move. The Chamber of Secrets was everything the legends promised, and worse. Harry descended alone. He'd convinced Hermione to stay behind as backup, ready to alert teachers if he didn't return. The passage led down into the bedrock beneath the castle, emerging into a vast underground cavern lit by an eerie green glow. Serpent motifs decorated every surface. Stone snakes with emerald eyes lined the walkway. And at the far end of the chamber, a massive face loomed, Salazar Slytherin himself, carved into the rock wall, mouth open in a silent scream. Harry felt the Horcrux's presence immediately. Stronger here, closer. "Hello, Harry Potter." He spun. A teenage boy stood in the shadows, dark-haired, handsome, with an aristocratic bearing that seemed familiar somehow. But he wasn't quite solid. There was a transparency to him, a ghostly quality that marked him as something other than human. "Tom Riddle?" Harry said. The boy's smile didn't waver. "You know me? I know what you became. And I know what you are. A memory. Preserved in a Horcrux. Where's the object?" Clever. Riddle began to circle Harry slowly, predator assessing prey. "Very clever. I've been watching you all year, did you know? Through the eyes of my new servant. You're not what I expected from the boy who defeated me. Your new servant. Harry tracked Riddle's movement, keeping him in sight. Let me guess. A student. Someone vulnerable, easily manipulated. Someone you convinced to open the chamber and release the basilisk. A silly little girl with no friends and too much trust. Riddle's smile turned cruel. She poured her heart out to me through my diary, and I poured myself back into her. She's almost drained now. A few more hours and I'll be fully restored, and she'll be dead. Harry felt cold rage building in his chest. Where is she? Closer than you think. But it doesn't matter. You won't be saving her. You won't be saving anyone. Riddle stopped circling, his expression shifting to something more intense. I want to know how you survived, Harry Potter. I want to know what you are. When I touched your mind through the girl, I felt something wrong. Something that shouldn't exist in a 12-year-old boy. Try to find out. Harry struck without warning. A bolt of pure force aimed at Riddle's chest. It passed through the memory harmlessly. I'm not fully physical yet, Riddle said, amused. You can't hurt me, but I can hurt you. He raised his hand and hissed something in Parseltongue. The mouth of Slytherin's statue began to open, and from the darkness within, something massive emerged. The basilisk was 60 feet of scaled death, its eyes closed as it slithered forward. Harry felt his absorbed darkness stir in response. The creature was ancient, soaked in dark magic, a perfect predator designed by Slytherin himself. Don't look at its eyes, Mordecai warned. Even you might not survive that. Harry was already moving, conjuring a blindfold and tying it around his head. Fighting blind against a giant snake, not ideal, but better than dying. Kill him, Riddle commanded. The basilisk lunged. Harry dodged on instinct, feeling the massive body pass inches from his face. He reached out with his magical senses, tracking the creature's life force, its heat, its presence. It circled, preparing for another strike. He couldn't fight it directly. The thing was too big, too magic-resistant. But he had something it didn't. Something Slytherin never could have anticipated. Stop, Harry hissed in Parseltongue. The basilisk hesitated. I am the speaker. I command you. I won't listen to you, Riddle said, though there was uncertainty in his voice. It's bound to the heir of Slytherin, and that's me. Eyes it. Harry pulled on the absorbed power of 1,000 dark artifacts, drew on Mordecai's ancient authority. Let the darkness that lived in him rise to the surface and speak with his voice. I carry more of Slytherin's legacy than you ever will, Tom. I have consumed power you can't imagine, and I am telling this creature to estope. The basilisk stopped. Harry felt its mind brush against his, primitive, hungry, but intelligent enough to recognize dominance. It had served Slytherin's hair for 1,000 years. Now it sensed something older, darker, more powerful than the fragment of soul trying to command it. Sleep, Harry commanded. Return to your nest. Sleep until I wake you. The basilisk considered. Then, slowly, it began to retreat, sliding back into the mouth of the statue, vanishing into whatever hidden chamber it called home. No! Riddle's composure finally cracked.
No, I am T-H-E-I-R.
I am? You're a piece of a madman's broken soul. Harry removed his blindfold and faced the increasingly transparent memory. And you're about to be destroyed. Where's the diary? Riddle backed away, genuine fear in his eyes now. You can't. The diary's magic is unbreakable. The Dark Lord himself. The Dark Lord was a half-blood orphan who was afraid to die. Harry advanced. I've absorbed more dark magic than he ever mastered. I've learned from teachers who make Voldemort look like a child, and I am done letting pieces of Tom Riddle hurt innocent people. He reached out with his senses and found it. The diary, lying near a crumpled figure at the far end of the chamber. A small girl with red hair, barely breathing. Ginny Weasley. Harry crossed the chamber in quick strides, ignoring Riddle's increasingly panicked protests. The diary pulsed with malevolent energy when he picked it up, trying to worm its way into his mind, to corrupt him the way it had corrupted Ginny. Harry laughed. "You want to get inside my head?" He let his mental shields drop just enough for the diary to sense what lay behind them. "Go ahead. Try." The diary recoiled, because behind Harry's defenses was Mordecai, and behind Mordecai were 1,000 absorbed consciousnesses. And behind all of them was something that had consumed more darkness than any single Horcrux could comprehend. Tom Riddle's memory screamed. Harry didn't absorb the Horcrux. The protections Mordecai had mentioned prevented that. But he didn't need to. He reached inside the diary with his power and unmade it, tearing apart the magic that held Riddle's soul fragment together, shredding it into nothing. The diary crumbled to ash in his hands. The ghostly form of Tom Riddle dissolved with a final shriek. Ginny Weasley gasped and began to breathe normally again. Harry knelt beside her, checking her vitals. Alive, drained, but alive. The diary's influence was already fading. "What?" she whispered, eyes fluttering open. What? "You're safe," Harry said. "It's over. I didn't mean to. The diary made me. I couldn't stop. I know. It's not your fault." He helped her sit up. "Can you walk?" "We need to get you to the hospital wing." Getting out of the chamber was easier than getting in. Harry simply commanded the passages to remain open, and they obeyed. The magic of the place seemed to recognize him now, responding to his authority the way the basilisk had. By the time they reached the surface, Hermione had gathered reinforcements. McGonagall, Dumbledore, and a frantic Snape met them in the bathroom, along with a cluster of other professors. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was carefully controlled. "What happened down there?" The Chamber of Secrets was opened by a Horcrux, a piece of Voldemort's soul hidden in a diary. It possessed Ginny Weasley and used her to release a basilisk that's been living under the school for 1,000 years. Harry handed Ginny to Madame Pomfrey, who'd just arrived. "I destroyed the Horcrux. The basilisk is sleeping. Ginny needs rest and possibly mind healing, but she'll recover." Stunned silence. "A Horcrux," Dumbledore breathed. "You're certain?" "Completely. It's not the only one either. Voldemort split his soul multiple times. That's how he survived when the killing curse rebounded." Harry met the old wizard's eyes. "You suspected something like this, didn't you?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "I had theories. Nothing confirmed." "Well, now you have confirmation. And we need to find the rest of them before Voldemort finds a way to return." The aftermath of the chamber incident was chaotic. Ginny was whisked away for treatment. The other professors began securing the bathroom entrance, and Harry found himself pulled aside by both Dumbledore and Snape, each wanting answers he wasn't entirely willing to give. He told them enough. The basics of Horcruxes, his ability to sense dark magic, the destruction of Riddle's diary. He didn't tell them everything. Some secrets needed to remain his own. But something had changed. Dumbledore looked at Harry differently now, not as a child to be guided, but as a force to be reckoned with. And Snape, during their next occlumency session, finally asked the question Harry had been waiting for. "How did you command the basilisk? How did you destroy the Horcrux?" Harry considered how much to reveal. "I told you I absorbed dark artifacts when I was 9. One of them contained a presence. Someone very old, very knowledgeable. He's been teaching me." Snape's face went pale. "You're hosting a dark spirit." "I'm hosting someone who was dark once. He's different now. Changed by centuries of imprisonment and reflection." Harry shrugged. I trust him more than I trust most living people. That's incredibly dangerous. Everything I am is incredibly dangerous, Professor. At least Mordecai is on my side. The name made Snape flinch. Not. You've heard of him. He's a legend. A nightmare story parents tell children to make them behave. The Dark Lord before all others, they called him. The one the founders banded together to defeat. Snape's voice dropped to a whisper. They erased him from history because even his name carried power. And you're telling me he's living inside your head. Living might be too strong a word. But yes, Snape sat down heavily. For the first time since Harry had known him, the professor looked genuinely shaken. Does Dumbledore know? No, and I'd prefer to keep it that way. A long pause. Then Snape nodded slowly. Your secrets are your own, Potter. I won't betray them. He met Harry's eyes. But you're playing with forces even I don't fully understand. Be careful that the power you're using doesn't consume you. I'm always careful. Professor, Snape's laugh was bitter. No, you're not. You're a Gryffindor in Slytherin clothing. All courage and no self-preservation. It's going to get you killed someday. Maybe. But not today. The rest of the year was almost anticlimactic after the chamber. Ginny recovered slowly, haunted by memories of things she'd done while possessed. Harry made a point of seeking her out, talking to her, helping her understand that she wasn't to blame. The girl was broken but not shattered. With time and support, she'd heal. Her brothers were another matter. The Weasleys were a large, loud, aggressively Gryffindor family who'd viewed Harry with suspicion ever since his Slytherin sorting. Now, with Ginny's rescue, that dynamic shifted. Ron still regarded Harry with wary distrust, but the twins, Fred and George, approached him a week after the chamber incident. Potter, Fred Dawes or possibly George said, you saved our sister. I did what needed doing. Still, that counts for something in our book. George or possibly Fred grinned. We've been watching you. You're not like other Slytherins. I'm not like other anything. Exactly. The twins exchanged glances. We might have some information you'd find interesting. About certain items in certain people's possessions. Things that shouldn't exist. Harry's attention sharpened. What kind of items? Dark things. Passed down through old families. Fred's voice dropped. We hear things moving around the castle. And we've heard the Malfoys have a collection that would make the Ministry sick if they knew about it. The Malfoys. Harry thought about Draco, about his father Lucius, about the family's notorious Death Eater connections. Why are you telling me this? Because you're the one who destroyed that diary. Because whatever you are, you're fighting the dark stuff, not serving it. George shrugged. And because our sister had nightmares for a month about Tom Riddle's face. Someone should make sure nothing like that diary ever hurts anyone again. Harry smiled slowly. I think we can work together. The twins became unexpected allies after that. They weren't inner circle. They were too chaotic and too Gryffindor for Harry's careful games. But they were useful. Their knowledge of the castle's secrets, their network of contacts, and their willingness to bend rules made them valuable assets. And their information about the Malfoys would prove very useful indeed. The invitation came at Easter. Narcissa Malfoy requested Harry's presence at Malfoy Manor during the break, citing matters of mutual interest and promising safe conduct. It was the kind of formal, pure-blood correspondence that usually preceded either an alliance or an assassination. Could be a trap, Mordecai observed. Could be an opportunity. Both things can be true. Harry accepted the invitation. Malfoy Manor was everything he'd expected. Opulent, ancient, dripping with dark magic barely concealed beneath a veneer of respectability. House, elves took his cloak. Portraits watched his progress with aristocratic disdain. and Narcissa Malfoy waited in a sitting room that probably cost more than most wizards made in a lifetime. She was beautiful in a cold, untouchable way. Blonde hair perfectly arranged, ice, blue eyes that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Daphne, dressed in robes that managed to be both severe and elegant. Mr. Potter. She didn't rise, didn't offer her hand, just gestured to a chair across from her. Thank you for coming. Thank you for inviting me. Harry sat, letting his magical senses spread through the room. Wards everywhere, but nothing hostile. Yet, your letter mentioned matters of mutual interest. Indeed. Narcissa studied him with unsettling intensity. You destroyed a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. Don't bother denying it. I have sources. Harry didn't deny it. And I find myself in an uncomfortable position. She folded her hands in her lap. My husband was a loyal follower of the Dark Lord. When he fell, Lucius claimed the Imperious defense and bought his freedom with gold. But he never stopped believing. He's been preparing for the Dark Lord's return for over a decade. I'm aware of your husband's loyalties. Are you aware that I don't share them? Narcissa's voice carried an edge. I married Lucius for politics and position. I gave him a son because it was expected. But I never took the mark, never bowed to the Dark Lord, and I never will. My loyalty is to my family, specifically to Draco, and the Dark Lord's return would put my son in danger. Harry began to understand. You want protection. I want options. Right now, my family's fate is tied to the Dark Lord's success or failure. If he returns, we serve or we die. Those aren't acceptable choices for my son's future. What are you offering in exchange for these options? Narcissa's smile was thin. Information, access, training, if you want it. I'm quite skilled in certain arts that Hogwarts doesn't teach. And political cover. The Malfoy name still carries weight. Having us as allies rather than enemies would make your life considerably easier. She's serious, Mordecai said. And she's not wrong. The Malfoys could be valuable. Or they could be playing me. Everything in politics is a game. The question is whether the potential rewards justify the risks. Harry considered the offer carefully. Narcissa was ambitious, ruthless, and cared only about her family. But those traits made her predictable. She would do anything to protect Draco, which meant she'd be loyal to anyone who helped her achieve that goal. I want something specific, he said finally. Your husband has a collection of dark artifacts. I want access to it. Narcissa's expression flickered. That's not something I can easily arrange. But you can arrange it, perhaps. If I knew why you wanted it, I told you. I destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul. I intend to destroy the rest of them. But to do that, I need to understand how they work, how they're made, how they're protected. Your husband's collection might contain relevant information. Silence stretched between them. Harry could see Narcissa calculating, weighing risks and rewards. I'll need time, she said finally. Lucius guards that collection jealously. But I may be able to arrange access. Good. In exchange, I'll owe you a favor. Within reason? A favor from Harry Potter, the boy who commands basilisks and destroys horcruxes. Narcissa's smile turned genuine for the first time. That might be worth quite a lot. They talked for another hour, establishing terms, building the framework of an alliance. By the time Harry left the manor, he'd gained a powerful ally and a dangerous secret. Narcissa Malfoy would betray her husband to the enemy if it meant keeping her son safe. Useful information indeed. Summer arrived with a stack of assignments, a trunk full of books, and the knowledge that Voldemort's remaining soul fragments were still out there, waiting to be found. Harry returned to the Leaky Cauldron rather than Privet Drive. He'd legally emancipated himself during first year, using the Potter family's political pull and some creative interpretation of magical law. The Dursleys were no longer his problem, but other problems remained. He spent the first weeks of summer organizing his network. Letters to Blaise and Daphne, discussing next year's political landscape. Coded messages to the Weasley twins, gathering intelligence on pureblood families. Careful correspondence with Narcissa, building their new alliance. And meetings with Hermione, who'd thrown herself into Horcrux research with characteristic intensity. "I've found references to Seven," she reported during one of their sessions in Diagon Alley. Dark magic texts suggest that 7 is the most powerfully magical number. If Voldemort wanted to achieve true immortality, he'd aim for 7 soul fragments. So 6 Horcruxes plus his main soul. Harry nodded. "We've destroyed one. That leaves 5 to find. Any idea what they might be?" Based on his psychology, objects of significance, trophies, things that represent his heritage or his victories. Harry had been thinking about this a lot. The diary was a personal object. The others would be similar, meaningful to him specifically. "Founder artifacts," Hermione said slowly. He was obsessed with Hogwarts history. What if he used items belonging to the founders? Clever girl, Mordecai approved. She's probably right. Harry smiled. Start researching known founder artifacts. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, anything that's gone missing or changed hands mysteriously in the last 50 years. That's a lot of research. Good thing you're good at it. Hermione huffed, but looked pleased. What are you going to be doing? Talking to goblins. Harry stood, leaving coins on the table for their tea. The Horcruxes have to be hidden somewhere. If any of them passed through Gringotts, there'll be records. His meeting at Gringotts lasted most of the afternoon. The goblins were intrigued by his questions. Horcruxes were legendary even to them, and the prospect of hunting down objects of such power appealed to their acquisitive nature. "There is a vault," Griffook said eventually. "The Lestrange Vault. It has been sealed since the war's end, its owners imprisoned in Azkaban. But there have been anomalies." "What kind of anomalies?" "The protections on that vault go beyond standard security. Something inside is generating additional wards, self-sustaining magic that are curse. Breakers have never been able to explain." Griffook's sharp teeth showed in something like a smile. "If you're hunting soul fragments, Mr. Potter, that vault would be a logical place to look." "Can I access it?" "Not legally. The Lestranges are still alive, and their vault remains their property." Griffook's smile widened. "But legal matters can sometimes be adjusted if the price is right and the purpose is sound." Harry matched the goblin's expression. "What would the price be?" "Anything else you find in that vault becomes Gringotts' property, our curse. Breakers have long suspected the Lestrange's hoarded items that belong in our vaults, not theirs. A fair trade. Harry would get the Horcrux, the goblins would get everything else. Simple. Done." The vault raid was scheduled for August. Enough time for the goblins to prepare and for Harry to ensure he had backup plans if things went wrong. In the meantime, he continued his research, his training, and his political maneuvering. The summer also brought an unexpected development, a letter from Andromeda Tunks, the solicitor who'd sent Marlene Vance to investigate him. "Dear Mr. Potter, I hope you'll forgive my directness, but I believe we have mutual interests to discuss. My cousin Sirius Black has been imprisoned without trial for over a decade. I have evidence that he may be innocent, and I understand you may have resources that could help bring him to justice. If you're willing to meet, I can provide everything I know about Sirius's case. In exchange, I ask only that you consider helping me reopen his trial. Please respond at your earliest convenience." Andromeda Tunks. Harry stared at the letter for a long moment. Sirius Black, his godfather. The man who should have raised him, instead rotting in Azkaban for crimes he might not have committed. This could be important, Mordecai said. If Black is innocent, freeing him would give you a powerful ally with political connections and personal motivation to support you. And if he's guilty, then you'll have learned something valuable about deception and family loyalty. A pause. Either way, the meeting seems worth having. Harry wrote back that same day. Whatever the truth about Sirius Black, he intended to find it. The meeting with Andromeda Tonks took place in a small cafe in Muggle London. Neutral ground, away from prying magical eyes. She was a handsome woman in her late 30s, with the Black family's dark hair and aristocratic features, but none of their coldness. Her eyes were warm, worried, determined. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Potter, Harry, and thank you for reaching out." He sat across from her, ordered tea from the Muggle waitress, and got straight to business. "Tell me about Sirius." The story she told was familiar but incomplete. Sirius Black, best friend of James Potter, accused of betraying the Potters to Voldemort and murdering 13 people with a single curse. Thrown into Azkaban without trial, never given a chance to defend himself. The trial was supposed to happen, Andromeda explained. But Bartemius Crouch was running the DMLE at the time, and he was more interested in appearing tough on Death Eaters than in actual justice. Sirius was a convenient symbol, a pure-blood traitor, the Potters' supposed secret keeper, a mass murderer. Perfect for the press. But you don't think he did it. I know he didn't. Andromeda's voice was fierce. Sirius was many things, reckless, hot-tempered, prone to terrible jokes, but he would have died before betraying James. They were brothers in every way that mattered. Then, who did betray them? That's what I've been trying to prove. She pulled a folder from her bag, spreading documents across the table. Peter Pettigrew, the fourth marauder. Everyone thinks Sirius killed him, but there was never a body, just a finger and a lot of blood. What if Pettigrew faked his death? What if he was the real traitor? Harry studied the documents. Witness statements, magical forensics reports, Pettigrew's psychological profile. The evidence was circumstantial but compelling. The Fidelius charm, he said slowly. Everyone assumed Sirius was the secret keeper, but what if they switched at the last minute? What if they made Pettigrew the keeper precisely because no one would suspect him? That's my theory exactly. Andromeda leaned forward. I've been building this case for years. But the Ministry doesn't want to hear it. They'd have to admit they imprisoned an innocent man and let the real traitor escape. The political embarrassment would be catastrophic. Which is why you came to me. You're Harry Potter, the boy who lived. If you publicly demanded a trial for the man accused of betraying your parents, they couldn't refuse. Andromeda's eyes searched his face. Would you do it? Would you help me save my cousin? Harry thought about it. The political implications, the potential allies, the risk of being wrong. But underneath all that calculation was something simpler. Sirius Black might be innocent, might have spent 12 years in hell for crimes he didn't commit. If there was even a chance of that, Harry had to pursue it. I'll help, he said, but I want to see him first. Talk to him. Make my own judgment about his guilt or innocence. Andromeda's face lit up. That can be arranged. I have contacts at the Ministry. People who owe me favors. A visit to Azkaban is possible. Then set it up. Harry stood, gathering the documents. I want to know the truth before I stake my reputation on it. You'll have it. Andromeda stood as well, reaching across to shake his hand. Thank you, Harry. Whatever happens, thank you for listening. Harry nodded and left the cafe, his mind already racing ahead to the next steps. Azkaban, Sirius Black. The truth about his parents' betrayal. One more mystery to solve. One more piece of the puzzle to find. Third year began with Harry Potter arriving at King's Cross in the company of Andromeda Tonks, drawing stares from everyone who recognized them. The implications were clear. The boy who lived was investigating Sirius Black's case. The political landscape was about to shift. On the train, Harry found his usual compartment occupied by Blaze, Daphne, and a newcomer, a sandy-haired man in shabby robes who looked exhausted and slightly ill. Harry. Daphne nodded toward the man. This is Professor Lupin. He's taking the defense position this year. He was sleeping. Remus Lupin. Harry knew that name. Another marauder, another friend of his father's. And, according to Mordecai's extensive knowledge, a werewolf. Professor. Harry took his seat. Interesting timing. Lupin's eyes were sharp despite his exhausted appearance. Mr. Potter. I've heard a great deal about you. I'm sure you have. They regarded each other with mutual wariness. Lupin had been one of James Potter's closest friends, which made him either a potential ally or a potential complication. Harry couldn't afford either until he understood the man better. The train ride was interrupted by something unexpected. A creeping cold, a sense of despair, and then dark shapes gliding through the corridors. Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, searching for something or someone. Everyone stay calm. Lupin was on his feet, wand drawn, looking more alert than he had all journey. I'll handle this. But the Dementors weren't interested in the professor. They were drawn to Harry, to the massive concentration of dark magic he carried, the souls and fragments and malevolent power that lit him up like a beacon to creatures who fed on suffering. Harry felt their hunger pressing against his mind, felt his own darkness rising in response, eager to meet like with like. Control it, Mordecai warned. They're sensing what you carry. If you react with force, they'll know something is wrong. Harry forced himself to be still, let the cold wash over him, buried his power deep, presenting only the surface emotions. Fear, despair, the ordinary reactions of a teenage boy facing Dementors for the first time. It worked. Lupin cast a silvery Patronus that drove the creatures back, and they retreated, satisfied that whoever they sought wasn't in this compartment. Are you all right? Lupin was studying Harry with new interest. Most people pass out when Dementors get that close. I'm fine. Harry kept his voice level. What were they looking for? Sirius Black. Lupin's expression darkened. He's escaped from Azkaban. The Ministry thinks he's coming after you. Escaped. Sirius Black had escaped. Harry didn't know whether to be worried or impressed. No one had ever escaped from Azkaban before. This changes things, Mordecai observed. If Black is free, he can be questioned directly. But if the Ministry catches him first, they'll kiss him on sight. No trial, no chance to prove his innocence. Harry needed to find Sirius Black before anyone else did. The search for Sirius consumed most of Harry's attention during the fall term. He'd built an intelligence network over the past 2 years, and now he put it to use. The Weasley twins provided information from their contacts. Narcissa Malfoy, through carefully coded letters, confirmed that Sirius hadn't reached out to any known Death Eater allies. Andromeda maintained her legal pressure while Harry searched practically. Meanwhile, classes continued. Lupin was a surprisingly good teacher. Competent, creative, clearly experienced with dark creatures. Harry found himself almost liking the man, despite the complications his presence created. Their first real conversation happened after a defense class in October. Stay a moment, Harry. Lupin's voice was carefully casual. I wanted to discuss your practical work. Harry waited until the other students filed out. Yes, Professor. You're remarkably skilled for a 3rd year. Your Bogart confrontation in particular. I've never seen a student dispatch one so quickly. Lupin leaned against his desk. Where did you learn to duel like that? Private tutoring. I've had some unusual teachers. So I gather. Lupin's expression shifted to something more personal. I knew your parents, Harry. We were close friends at school. James and Sirius and Peter and I, we were inseparable. The Marauders. Surprise flickered across Lupin's face. You know about that? I've done my research. Harry kept his voice neutral. You were a werewolf even then? James, Sirius, and Peter became animagi to keep you company during transformations. Yes, that's right. Lupin looked unsettled. You're very well informed. I have to be. Harry decided to push. Tell me about Peter Pettigrew. The shift in Lupin's expression was immediate. Grief and anger and something that might have been guilt. Peter was our friend. Sirius killed him. Blew him apart with a curse that destroyed an entire street. That's the official story. It's what happened. Eyes it. Harry held Lupin's gaze. Professor, I've seen the forensics reports. One finger recovered. No other body parts. A crater consistent with an explosive curse, but also consistent with someone deliberately destroying evidence of an escape. He paused. What if Pettigrew isn't dead? What if he's been hiding all these years while Sirius took the blame? Lupin's face went pale. That's impossible. Why? Because it would mean you were wrong. Because it would mean an innocent man spent 12 years being tortured by Dementors while the real traitor lived free. Harry's voice sharpened. I'm not accusing you of anything, Professor. But I am asking you to consider the possibility that the story you believe isn't the whole truth. Silence stretched between them. Harry could see Lupin wrestling with the implications. With the guilt of believing Sirius's guilt all these years. Even if what you're saying is possible. Lupin said slowly, how would we prove it? Peter would have to be alive, and if he's been hiding for 12 years, he's clearly not going to come forward. Pettigrew was a rat animagus. Harry had done his homework. If he survived, he'd be hiding in that form. Do you know any families who might have acquired a pet rat around the time of his death? Lupin's brow furrowed, then his eyes widened. Ron Weasley, he breathed. The Weasley boy has a rat. An old rat. He's had it for years. It belonged to his brother Percy before him. And how long have the Weasleys had that rat? I don't, 12 years maybe. Around the time when... Lupin stopped. His face had gone from pale to gray. Oh Merlin, if that rat is Peter, then we need to catch it and find out. The rat hunt began that night. Harry, Lupin, and a reluctantly recruited Snapes, whose potions expertise would be essential for forcing the transformation, set up an ambush in Gryffindor Tower. The plan was simple: corner the rat, force it to transform, and if it was Pettigrew, capture him for questioning. What they didn't plan for was Sirius Black. The escaped prisoner burst through the portrait hole just as they were closing in on Ron Weasley's sleeping form, where the rat, Scabbers, lay curled on the pillow. Black was gaunt, wild-eyed, barely human after 12 years of Dementors. He screamed.
I taste bitter!
Haste be he and the and you.
Sirius Steope! Lupin threw himself between Black and the bed. Well, no! We're trying to capture him. Black froze. His eyes, Azkaban, mad but still intelligent, focused on Lupin, then on Snape, then on Harry. You know? His voice cracked. You believe me. Why have theories? Harry said calmly. Let's confirm them. The rat had woken during the commotion and was trying to flee. Harry's wand moved faster than conscious thought, and a spell caught Scabbers mid-leap, freezing him in place. Transform him, Harry told Snape. The potion's master's expression was unreadable as he cast the animagus reversal spell. Blue light surrounded the rat, and then Peter Pettigrew stood in its place. The man was short, balding, with watery eyes and a rat-like face that suited his other form perfectly. He was missing a finger on his right hand, and he was very much alive, serious. Pettigrew's voice was a whimper. "My old friend. You wouldn't, you won't."
Oh, you betray at a TM!
Black lunged forward. "Y-O, Tolod Vildam RTR-CHIRO-P, Jams la Andy Tashi so. I had no choice." The Dark Lord. You don't understand what he was like, the power he had. "I was afraid." "So you let him murder my best friend?" Black's voice had gone cold, deadly. "Let him murder Lily. Let him try to murder Harry. And then you framed me for it." Harry stepped forward. "Peter Pettigrew, you are under arrest for betraying the Potter's location to Voldemort, for faking your death, and for allowing an innocent man to be imprisoned for your crimes. You will be held for trial." Pettigrew's eyes darted desperately. "You're just a boy." "You can't. I'm Harry Potter, and you murdered my parents." Harry's magic rose, dark and cold, and Pettigrew flinched back. "Be grateful I'm not killing you myself." The ministry arrived within the hour, called by Snape, who'd sent his Patronus before the confrontation. The Aurors found a scene that defied everything they thought they knew. Peter Pettigrew alive, Sirius Black restrained, but clearly innocent, and 3 Hogwarts staff members ready to testify to everything. The political fallout was massive. Sirius Black received an immediate pardon and compensation for his wrongful imprisonment. Pettigrew was taken to Azkaban in his place, awaiting trial for treason and accessory to murder. Minister Fudge's government barely survived the scandal, and Bartemius Crouch, the man who'd sent Sirius to prison without trial, was forced into early retirement, and Harry Potter's reputation transformed yet again. No longer just the boy who lived. He was now the young wizard who'd exposed the ministry's greatest miscarriage of justice. People whispered that he was remarkable, dangerous, someone to watch. They had no idea how right they were. Sirius came to Hogwarts a week after his release, looking better, but still haunted by his years in Azkaban. Harry met him in Dumbledore's office, flanked by Lupin and watched by the headmaster himself. "Harry," Sirius's voice was rough with emotion. "I've wanted to meet you properly for so long. 12 years of thinking about nothing but your face. The last time I saw you, a baby in the rubble of your parents' house." "I'm not that baby anymore?" No, you're not." Sirius studied him with new eyes. "You're something else entirely. The things you've done, the way you handled my case, James would be proud. So proud." Harry felt something shift in his chest. Something that might have been the father-shaped hole he'd carried all his life. "I didn't do it for pride. I did it 'cause you were innocent." "I know." Sirius smiled, and for a moment the madness receded from his eyes. "That's what makes it matter. You're not a politician. Whatever games you play, you still care about right and wrong, within reason." Sirius laughed. A broken, rusty sound, but genuine. Spoken like a true Black. "You'd have fit right in at our family dinners." His expression sobered. "I'm your godfather, Harry. By right, I should have raised you. Instead, you ended up with Petunia and that walrus she married. That's over now. But it shouldn't have happened in the first place." Dumbledore. Sirius shot a look at the headmaster, who remained carefully neutral. "Dumbledore made choices about your life without consulting anyone. Placed you with muggles, kept you ignorant of your heritage, and never checked to see if you were all right. I'm aware. And you've dealt with that." Sirius nodded slowly. "You've made your own way, found your own power. I can see it in you, the darkness you carry, the strength you've built. You don't need me to save you, no. But I could use an ally." Sirius's grin was fierce, wild, utterly without sanity but completely committed. "Then you have one." Whatever you need, whatever you're planning, I'm in. Family looks after family. Harry extended his hand. Sirius took it. And just like that, Harry's godfather became part of his growing network. The Dementor attack came in November, during a Quidditch match Harry wasn't even playing in. The creatures surged onto the field in a swarm, dozens of them, far more than should have been assigned to Hogwarts. They were drawn to the gathered crowd, to the concentrated emotion, to Harry specifically, still lighting up their senses like a bonfire. But this time, Harry didn't hide his power. He rose from his seat in the stands, felt the Dementor's attention shift toward him, and reached inside himself. Not to the surface magic he used for schoolwork, not even to the darker skills he'd been practicing, but to Mordecai himself, to the ancient presence that had slept in a ring for centuries and now lived inside Harry's soul. "Let me help," Mordecai said. "Together we can drive them back." Do it. The power that erupted from Harry was nothing like a normal Patronus. It was darkness given form, shadow made manifest, a wave of absolute authority that rolled across the pitch and slammed into the Dementors like a physical force. LEAV. The command wasn't spoken, but every Dementor heard it, felt it, and for the first time in their ancient existence, the creatures of Azkaban felt fear. They fled. Shrieking, scattering, abandoning their positions entirely, the darkness Harry had unleashed pursued them to the boundaries of the grounds and then dissipated, leaving nothing but silence and hundreds of staring witnesses. Harry sat down. "Well," Mordecai said, a hint of exhaustion in his mental voice. "That was dramatic. Did we just command the Dementors? We reminded them what true darkness looks like. They're creatures of despair and fear. When confronted with something that doesn't fear them, something that carries more darkness than they can comprehend, they respond with instinctive submission. A pause. It won't last, but for now they'll leave you alone." The aftermath was chaotic. The Ministry demanded explanations. Dumbledore smoothed things over with characteristic political skill, and everyone at Hogwarts looked at Harry with new expressions: fear, awe, suspicion, fascination. But the most important conversation happened that night in Snape's office. "You've stopped hiding," the professor said flatly. "After 2 years of careful concealment, you just revealed to the entire school that you can dominate Dementors." "I didn't have a choice. They were attacking students." "There are always choices. You could have let the staff handle it. Could I?" Harry met Snape's eyes. "By the time anyone else reacted, people would have been kissed. I did what was necessary, and now everyone knows what you are, or at least suspects." "Good." Harry leaned forward. "I'm tired of hiding, Professor. I've spent 2 years building a foundation, allies, knowledge, resources. It's time to start using them." Snape was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft. "You're declaring yourself. I'm preparing for what's coming. Voldemort will return eventually. When he does, I want to be ready. And I want everyone to know that standing against me is a very bad idea. That's a dangerous game. Everything about my life is dangerous. At least this way. I control the danger." Snape studied him with something that might have been respect. "Your mother would be horrified. And your father would be proud. I'm not sure which reaction is more appropriate." "Neither am I," Harry smiled slightly. "But I appreciate you teaching me anyway. These past 2 years, they've made a difference. Don't thank me yet. The real tests are still coming." Snape's expression hardened. The Dark Lord had followers beyond Pettigrew. Some of them are still in positions of power. When they learn what you're capable of, they'll try to eliminate you. Let them try. Overconfidence kills wizards, Potter. Remember that? Harry nodded and left the office, making his way back to the Slytherin common room. He passed Daphne in the corridor. She'd been waiting, clearly wanting to talk. "That was impressive," she said quietly, falling into step beside him. "Terrifying, but impressive. I didn't mean to scare you." "You didn't scare me." Her blue eyes met his. "You showed me what you really are. I've suspected for a while, but now I know." She paused. "I'm not running away, Harry. Whatever you've become, you're still you." Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. "Daffy, don't." She shook her head, but she was almost smiling. "Don't make this into something emotional." "I'm just saying, I understand now, and I'm still here. That matters. More than you know." They walked in comfortable silence toward the common room, and for a moment, despite everything, Harry felt almost normal. The year ended with Pettigrew's trial and conviction, Sirius's official restoration as Harry's guardian, though Harry continued living independently, and a tense meeting with Dumbledore that established new terms for their relationship. "You've grown beyond what I expected," Dumbledore admitted. "Beyond what I prepared for. You're not a weapon to be aimed, Harry. You're a force unto yourself. I could have told you that 2 years ago, perhaps, but I needed to see it to believe it." The old wizard looked tired for once. "What do you want from me, Harry? Truly, I want information. About the prophecy, about the Horcruxes, about everything you know that could help me defeat Voldemort." Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. "I want a partnership, not a hierarchy. Work with me, not over me. And if our methods differ, then we'll argue about it, like equals." Harry stood. "I'm not your soldier, Professor. But I don't have to be your enemy either." Dumbledore considered this for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Very well. A partnership it is." He extended his hand. "Let's begin." Harry shook the offered hand, feeling the weight of the moment. 2 years of careful maneuvering, of building power and allies and reputation, had led to this. An alliance with the most powerful wizard in Britain on Harry's terms rather than Dumbledore's. It wasn't victory. Not yet. But it was progress. On the train home, surrounded by Blaise and Daphne and Hermione, Harry allowed himself to feel something like satisfaction. 3rd year complete. Sirius freed. Pettigrew exposed. Dumbledore neutralized as a threat and converted into an ally. And somewhere out there, Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes waited to be destroyed. "Next year's going to be interesting," Blaise observed, echoing his words from 2 years ago. Daphne's hand found Harry's under the table, warm and real. "They all are," she said. Harry smiled and watched the countryside roll past outside the window. The game was far from over, but for the first time he felt like he was winning. "Well done," Mordecai murmured. "You've built something real. Now the question is whether you can hold it when the real challenges come." "I can hold it," Harry thought back. "I can hold anything." "We'll see," the ancient presence replied. "We'll see." Chapter 4. Reckoning the cup burned cold against Harry's palm as he lifted it from the Lestrange vault. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, golden, ancient, radiating the same fragmented wrongness he'd felt in the diary. Another piece of Voldemort's shattered soul, hidden here among mountains of cursed treasure that the goblins were now cataloging with barely concealed glee. "That's 2," Harry murmured. "3 remain, assuming your friend's theory about 7 is correct." Mordecai's presence stirred with something like anticipation. The locket, the diadem, and likely something connected to Slytherin or Gryffindor. Perhaps Nagini? I've sensed serpent magic in Voldemort's wraith. And one more we haven't identified. Yes, the wild card. Harry wrapped the cup in dragon hide and tucked it into his bag. The goblins had upheld their end of the bargain, access to the vault in exchange for everything else inside. Griffook was practically vibrating with satisfaction as Curse. Breakers levitated artifacts into secure containers. A pleasure doing business, Mr. Potter. The goblin's sharp smile showed all his teeth. Should you require similar arrangements in the future, Gringotts stands ready to assist. I'll keep that in mind. The summer before fourth year had been productive. The cup was the biggest prize. But Harry had also spent weeks researching the remaining Horcruxes, training with Sirius in the Black family's considerable collection of combat magic, and quietly building his political position. The True Wizard tournament would complicate things. He'd learned about the upcoming event through Narcissa's intelligence network. 3 schools competing, ancient traditions, considerable prestige. The perfect opportunity for someone to cause chaos. Harry intended to be ready. The Hogwarts Express felt different this year. There was an energy in the air, excitement about the tournament, speculation about which students might compete, gossip about the foreign delegations that would be arriving. Harry sat with his usual circle, but the compartment felt crowded now. Blaise and Daphne, of course. Hermione, accepted by the Slytherins after 2 years of proving herself. Tracy Davis, who'd become a quiet but loyal ally. Theodore Nott, whose sharp mind and family connections made him valuable despite his reserved nature. And Ginny Weasley. The redhead had attached herself to Harry's group gradually over the past year, drawn by gratitude for her rescue and kept by genuine connection. She was fierce, funny, and completely unimpressed by Harry's reputation, which made her one of the few people who treated him like a normal person. The tournament's stupid, she declared, feet propped on the seat. 17-year-olds risking their lives for a trophy and some gold. The prize is 1,000 galleons, Blaise pointed out. That's not nothing. It's nothing compared to dying. People rarely die in the tournament anymore, Hermione said. The tasks are dangerous but not usually lethal. The death toll was mostly in the first few centuries. Mostly. Ginny rolled her eyes. Comforting. Harry listened to them debate, but his attention was elsewhere. Something felt wrong, a prickling at the edge of his senses, a presence he couldn't quite identify. He'd learned to trust those instincts over the years. Someone's watching, Mordecai confirmed. Not on the train, but aware of it, perhaps, or some kind of tracking magic. Can you identify the source? Not precisely. But the signature feels governmental. Ministry, most likely. That wasn't surprising. Harry had attracted considerable ministry attention after the Dementor incident and Sirius's exoneration. Fudge's government was nervous about a teenage wizard who could command creatures of Azkaban. But nervous governments did stupid things. Harry would need to watch carefully. The train pulled into Hogsmeade as the sun set, and the familiar chaos of arrival began. Harry let himself be swept along with the crowd, exchanging greetings with acquaintances, deflecting questions about the tournament with practiced ease. At the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was holding court about his father's involvement in the tournament's organization. Harry ignored him. Draco had become increasingly irrelevant over the years, his initial hostility fading into sullen resentment as Harry's star rose and his own dimmed. Dumbledore's welcoming speech confirmed what Harry already knew: the True Wizard tournament would be held at Hogwarts this year, with delegations from Box-Batons and Durmstrang arriving in October. An age line would prevent anyone under 17 from entering. Harry was 14. He shouldn't have been concerned. But the prickling sensation hadn't gone away. October arrived with the foreign delegations. Box-Batons came in a flying carriage pulled by winged horses the size of elephants. Their headmistress, Madame Maxim, was nearly as large as Hagrid. Their students were elegant, sophisticated, and looked down their noses at Hogwarts' medieval aesthetic. Durmstrang came in a ship that surfaced from the Black Lake like a sea monster. Their headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, had the look of a man constantly expecting attack. Their students were disciplined, serious, and included Victor Krum, the famous Quidditch seeker who dominated the World Cup that summer. Harry watched both delegations with careful attention. Karkaroff was a former Death Eater who'd bought his freedom by betraying others. Maxim was politically connected to the French ministry. Both could be useful. Both could be dangerous. The Goblet of Fire was revealed at the welcoming feast, an ancient artifact that would select one champion from each school. Students had until Halloween to submit their names. "Are you going to try?" Daphne asked quietly as they walked back to the common room. "I'm underage. The age line would reject me." "That's not what I asked." Harry smiled slightly. "I'm not planning to enter." But plans change. The weeks before Halloween passed in a blur of classes, observation, and quiet preparation. Harry noted which students entered their names. The Hufflepuff Cedric Diggory, several ambitious Slytherin 7th years, a handful of Gryffindors, including the Weasley twins, who failed spectacularly to fool the age line. He also noted the unusual number of ministry officials visiting the castle. Barty Crouch Sr., head of International Magical Cooperation, was present almost constantly. Ludo Bagman, head of Magical Games and Sports, bounced around like an overgrown child. And there were others, Aurors, supposedly for security, but their attention seemed focused on Harry more often than on the tournament preparations. "They're planning something," Mordecai observed. "The ministry presence is too heavy for a simple sporting event." Agreed. "But what?" "Unknown. Stay alert." Halloween night. The Great Hall packed with students from 3 schools. The Goblet of Fire burning blue, white at the front of the room. Dumbledore called for silence, and the selection began. "The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum." Cheers from the Durmstrang contingent as Krum rose and walked to the side chamber. "The champion for Boxbatons is Fleur Delacour." A beautiful blonde girl stood from the Boxbatons table, looking satisfied. "The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff table exploded with celebration. Cedric, handsome, popular, genuinely talented, was exactly the kind of champion Hogwarts wanted. Dumbledore began speaking about the upcoming tasks, and Harry let himself relax slightly. The selection was over. Whatever political games were being played, they didn't involve him directly. Then the goblet's flames turned red. A 4th piece of parchment shot out. Dumbledore caught it, and his face went pale. "Harry Potter." The hall went silent. Every eye turned to Harry. He felt the weight of their stares, confusion, suspicion, hostility, fear. "I didn't enter my name," he thought. "I know. Someone else did." Mordecai's voice was grim. "This is the trap we sensed. Someone wants you in this tournament." Harry stood. There was no point in protesting publicly. The goblet had spoken, and magical contracts were binding. He walked toward the front of the hall, past hundreds of staring faces, and entered the champion's chamber. The confrontation that followed was predictable. The other champions protested. The headmasters argued. Crouch and Bagman debated the rules. And through it all, Harry remained calm, watching, analyzing. "Did you put your name in the goblet?" Dumbledore asked, his eyes boring into Harry's. "No." "Did you ask someone older to do it for you?" "Nope." Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "I believe him." "Believe him?" Karkaroff's voice was sharp. "The boy is lying!" "He wants the glory, the gold." "I have more money than I could spend in 10 lifetimes." Harry interrupted. "And I've had more glory than I ever wanted since I was 1 year old. Why would I risk my life for more of either?" "Then how did your name get in the goblet?" Maxim demanded. "That's what I intend to find out." Harry looked at each of them in turn. "Someone entered my name without my consent." That means someone wants me in this tournament. Probably someone who wants me dead. I'm going to compete because I have no choice. But I'm also going to find out who did this and make them regret it." The room went quiet. "The boy has fire," Bagman said weakly. "Good for ratings, at least." Harry left the champion's chamber and walked back to the Slytherin common room, ignoring the whispers that followed him. His friends were waiting: Daphne, Blaise, Hermione, all of them looking worried. "Someone set you up," Daphne said. "It wasn't a question." "Obviously." "Who would?" Hermione started. "We'll figure it out." Harry looked at each of them. "For now, I need to prepare. The first task is coming, and I don't intend to lose." "Whoever did this wanted you vulnerable," Mordecai observed. "But they've made a mistake. You're not the helpless child they think you are." "No, I'm not." Harry's eyes hardened. "And they're going to learn that the hard way." The investigation began immediately. Harry's network went into overdrive. The Weasley twins gathered intelligence from their contacts among the staff and students. Narcissa Malfoy, through careful intermediaries, probed the Ministry side. Sirius activated the Black family's old information channels. Within a week, they had a suspect Barty Crouch Jr. The story was strange. Crouch Sr.'s son had been convicted as a Death Eater after the war and sentenced to Azkaban. He'd supposedly died in prison years ago. His mother had died shortly after visiting him, and the body buried under her name was too decomposed to identify. But Sirius, who'd been in Azkaban at the same time, remembered something. There were 2 Crouches in that prison. He told Harry during a fire call. "Junior was dying when I arrived. The Dementors were destroying him. But a few weeks before I escaped, I noticed something. The cell that held him something felt wrong. Like the despair wasn't real. He switched places with someone. His mother, probably. Under Polyjuice, visiting her son one last time. She died in his place, and he walked out wearing her face. And his father covered it up." Crouch Sr. was ruthless about dark wizards, except apparently when it came to his own family. Sirius's laugh was bitter. "The Crouch house, Elf mentioned something once, years ago. About a master who wasn't supposed to be there. I didn't understand it then. Harry understood it now. Barty Crouch Jr. was alive, hidden by his father, and probably responsible for entering Harry's name in the goblet. But why? And who was he working for? Voldemort, Mordecai said with certainty. Who else would want you in a deadly tournament? The Dark Lord is making his move. He's still a wraith. How is he controlling Crouch? That's what we need to find out. The answer came from an unexpected source, Alastor Moody. The famous Auror had taken the defense position this year, and Harry had been watching him carefully. Something about Moody seemed off. His paranoia was legendary, but this version seemed almost performative, like someone playing a role they didn't quite understand. Harry confronted him after a defense class, staying behind while the other students filed out. "Professor, can we talk privately?" Moody's magical eye swiveled toward him. "About what?" "Potter. About how long you've been Barty Crouch Jr., and where the real Moody is hidden." The silence stretched. Harry watched the man's face, the false Moody, processing the accusation, calculating responses. Then the impostor laughed. "Clever boy. Very clever." The voice changed, dropping the gruff Moody effect, becoming something younger and more manic. "How did you figure it out?" "You drink from that flask constantly. Polyjuice needs to be maintained every hour." Harry kept his wand ready. "And you flinch every time someone mentions Dementors." The real Moody spent years hunting dark wizards. He wouldn't be afraid of them. "But you spent time in Azkaban. You know what they can do." Impressive. Crouch drew his wand, Moody's wand, but didn't attack. "My master said you were special. I didn't believe him until now." Your master. Don't say his name. The manic energy spiked. He's coming back, Potter. The Dark Lord is returning, and when he does, he'll reward those who served him faithfully. Unlike my father. Unlike all the cowards who abandoned him. How is he returning? The tournament. Crouch's smile was unsettling. The third task. A portkey hidden in the maze, keyed to take the winner to him. Your blood, Potter, blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. It's the final ingredient in the ritual that will restore him to a body. Harry's mind raced. A ritual. His blood. The tournament was a trap designed to deliver him to Voldemort. Why tell me this? Because you can't stop it. Crouch's smile widened. The goblet's magic is binding. You have to compete, and when you reach the center of that maze, the portkey will activate whether you want it to or not. Unless I destroy you first. Try it. Crouch raised his wand. My master gave me instructions for this possibility. If I'm discovered, I'm to kill you and bring your body to him directly. Less elegant, but equally effective. The duel was brief and brutal. Crouch was skilled, trained by Death Eaters, driven by fanatical devotion. But Harry had been training for 4 years against something far worse than a human fanatic. He drew on the absorbed darkness, on Mordecai's centuries of combat experience, on every lesson Snape and Sirius had taught him. The impostor went down in less than a minute, bound by conjured chains, wand flying across the room. Double Asherize Mo do I. Harry demanded, his own wand at Crouch's throat. Trunk. Crouch was laughing despite his defeat. 7 compartments. The 7th. But it doesn't matter. My master knows I've been discovered now. He has contingencies. You can't stop what's coming, Potter. Harry stunned him into silence and went to check the trunk. The real Alastair Moody was inside. Alive but weak, kept barely conscious for polyjuice harvesting. Harry levitated him out and sent a patronus message to Dumbledore. Then he sat down to think. Voldemort was returning. The ritual required Harry's blood. The tournament was the delivery mechanism. But now Harry knew the plan, and foreknowledge was power. We could avoid the third task entirely, Mordecai suggested. Fine injury, withdraw from the tournament. The binding magic would punish me, possibly kill me. Harry shook his head, and Voldemort would just try something else. Better to face him on my terms. Your terms, against a Dark Lord, against a weakened wraith who needs my blood to recover. If I meet him before he's restored, you might be able to destroy him permanently. Mordecai's voice carried something like approval. Risky, but potentially decisive. I like it. When Dumbledore arrived with the Aurors, Harry explained everything. Crouch's infiltration, Voldemort's plan, the ritual. He left out his intention to spring the trap deliberately. Some things were better kept private. The next months were preparation. Harry competed in the first task, dragons, and won decisively, using his command of magical creatures to essentially dominate the beast rather than fight it. The judges were unsettled but impressed. He navigated the second task, rescuing hostages from the lake, by cutting deals with the merpeople rather than fighting through them. His hostage, Daphne, was returned unharmed, and Harry earned grudging respect from the underwater civilization. Through it all, he trained. Harder than ever before. Snape drilled him in combat potions and on the fly antidotes. Sirius taught him the nastiest Black family curses. Moody, recovered and grateful, shared Auror combat techniques. And Mordecai, for the first time, opened his full archive of knowledge. I've been holding back, the ancient presence admitted. Some of what I know is too dangerous for casual use. But if you're going to face the Dark Lord, I need everything. Yes, you do. The knowledge that flowed into Harry was staggering. Rituals that could unmake souls. Curses that had been forgotten for centuries because they were too terrible to remember. Defenses that worked against magic itself, not just specific spells. Harry absorbed it all, integrated it, made it part of himself. By June he was ready. The third task was a maze, shifting hedges, magical obstacles, the Trewizard Cup at the center. Harry entered with the other champions and immediately began moving with purpose. He'd memorized the maze's original layout, tracked the changes through observation, and had a clear route to the center. The obstacles, boggarts, sphinxes, scroots, slowed him but didn't stop him. When he reached the center, Cedric Diggory was already there, standing before the cup. Potter. The Hufflepuff looked exhausted but triumphant. Looks like we're tied. What? Take it? You deserve the win. Harry watched Cedric's confusion carefully. I have my own reasons for being here, and they don't involve the tournament. I don't understand. You don't have to. Just take the cup and get out of here. Cedric hesitated. The Hufflepuff sense of fair play warred with ambition. Then he reached out. Harry's hand shot forward and grabbed his wrist. Changed my mind. We take it together. But you just said. I know what I said. Trust me. They grasped the cup simultaneously. The portkey activated. The graveyard was dark, lit only by a thin moon and scattered torches. Tombstones stretched in every direction, and in the center of the clearing, a cauldron bubbled over green flames. Kill the spare, a high, cold voice commanded. Harry moved before the words finished. He shoved Cedric behind a tombstone, raising shields as a killing curse sliced through the air where the Hufflepuff had been standing. Stadovu! Harry shouted. The figure that had cast the curse was Peter Pettigrew. Somehow escaped from Azkaban, Harry noted distantly, carrying a bundle wrapped in dark cloth. The bundle was crying, mewling, clearly alive. Voldemort's baby form. Harry Potter. The thing in Pettigrew's arms turned toward him. How kind of you to come. Tom. Harry's voice was steady despite the fear coursing through him. You look terrible. This form is temporary. Soon I will be restored. The red eyes gleamed. Your blood will make it possible. I must thank you for obliging me by reaching the cup. I'm not here to feed your ritual. You don't have a choice. Pettigrew moved with surprising speed, probably enchanted, and suddenly ropes were binding Harry, dragging him toward the tombstone behind him. He felt the cold marble of the grave marker against his back, saw the name carved on it, Tom Riddle, Voldemort's father's grave. The ritual began. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. Pettigrew retrieved something from the grave, dust, fragments, and dropped it into the cauldron. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed. A silver knife gleamed, and Pettigrew cut off his own hand with a scream, the appendage falling into the bubbling liquid. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. The knife approached Harry's arm. Now, Mordecai said. Harry shattered the ropes with a pulse of pure power and rolled clear, just as Pettigrew's knife slashed through empty air. The servant scrambled back, clutching his bleeding stump, as Harry came up with wand in hand. No, Voldemort's baby form screamed. Thereal. As ruined, Harry's voice was cold. No blood of the enemy. No restoration. You lose, Tom. You think this changes anything. Voldemort's rage was incandescent. I have other plans, other servants. This setback means nothing. This setback means everything. Harry began walking toward the cauldron. You've been hiding for 13 years, planning this moment. Everything depended on tonight. And now? He raised his wand over the cauldron. Now it's over. The spell that erupted from Harry's wand was nothing taught in any school. Mordecai had called it the unmaking, a ritual of destruction that attacked the very essence of whatever it touched. The cauldron didn't just break, it ceased to exist, along with everything inside it, including the bone of Tom Riddle Sr., the last connection to Voldemort's mortal heritage. The wraith that had been growing in Pettigrew's bundle screamed, a sound of pure agony and rage, as something fundamental was stripped away. Not death, exactly, but limitation. Without the bone, without the ritual, Voldemort's path to restoration had become exponentially harder.
Keh.
The wraith shrieked at Pettigrew.
Cal, ow.
Pettigrew raised his wand with his remaining hand, but Harry was faster. The killing curse, Harry's first, thrown without hesitation, caught the traitor in the chest. Peter Pettigrew, the man who'd betrayed his parents, who'd framed Sirius, who'd served Voldemort with cringing devotion, died with a look of absolute surprise. "You dare!" Voldemort's voice was barely a whisper. "You dare use that curse! I dare anything!" "Tom?" Harry turned to face the wraith fully. "I've been preparing for this moment for 4 years. Did you think I'd fight fair? You're a child. I'm the vessel of more dark power than you've ever encountered. I've absorbed Horcruxes. I've commanded Dementors. And right now, I'm going to do something no one's ever done before." Harry reached inside himself, to the place where Mordecai lived, where the absorbed artifacts rested, where his mother's protection still burned. "I'm going to consume what's left of you." The absorption attempt was unlike anything Harry had tried before. Voldemort's wraith wasn't an object or a fragment. It was an active consciousness, fighting back with everything it had. The Dark Lord's knowledge, his power, his desperate will to survive all pushed against Harry's pull. But Harry was stronger. He'd spent 4 years building himself into something unprecedented. Every artifact he'd absorbed, every lesson he'd learned, every ounce of darkness and light he carried, all of it joined in the assault on Voldemort's essence. The wraith screamed as pieces of it tore away. Memories flooded into Harry. Tom Riddle's childhood, his rise to power, his atrocities, the creation of the Horcruxes, the locations of the remaining fragments. And then, just as Harry was about to consume the core of Voldemort's being, something intervened. The Horcruxes, scattered across Britain, tied to Voldemort's soul by magic older than Hogwarts. They pulled on their master, anchoring him, preventing complete destruction. Voldemort's wraith tore free of Harry's grip and fled, diminished, damaged, but alive. It vanished into the night, screaming promises of vengeance. Harry fell to his knees, overwhelmed. "You did it," Mordecai said, exhaustion coloring his mental voice. "You didn't destroy him, but you've set him back years. Decades, maybe, and you learned the locations of every remaining Horcrux. The locket, the diadem, something in Hogwarts." And Harry went cold. "Nagini, the snake. But there's one more." "Yes, there's one more." The knowledge sat in Harry's mind like a shard of ice. The final Horcrux. The piece Voldemort had never intended to create. The fragment that had lodged in the only living thing present when the killing curse rebounded. Harry himself. He carried a piece of Voldemort's soul. "Harry," Cedric's voice came from behind a tombstone. "Harry, what happened? Is it over?" Harry pushed himself to his feet. His body felt strange, heavier somehow, yet more alive. The consumption attempt had changed something fundamental inside him. "It's over. For now." He retrieved the true wizard cup. "Come on, let's go home." They grasped the cup together, and the portkey activated. The aftermath was chaos. Harry's story, to remove certain details, sparked a political firestorm. Pettigrew's body was recovered from the graveyard. Evidence of dark rituals confirmed Voldemort's continued existence. The Ministry, forced to acknowledge what they'd been denying for years, went into damage control mode. Fudge was eventually forced to resign. His replacement, Amelia Bones, was considerably more competent and considerably more willing to take the threat seriously. Harry found himself called to the Ministry repeatedly for debriefings, testimony, and endless questions. Through it all, he kept certain truths to himself. the Horcrux inside him, the knowledge he'd stolen from Voldemort's mind, the fact that he'd used an unforgivable curse. Some weapons were better kept hidden. Summer came, and with it space to process what had happened. Harry retreated to Grimmauld Place, Sirius's family home, now cleansed of dark artifacts and converted into a headquarters for their growing alliance. Daphne found him in the library one night, staring at the fire. "You've been distant since the tournament." She sat beside him, close but not touching. "Talk to me. I learned something in that graveyard." "Something about myself." Harry turned to look at her. "I'm one of them, one of the things I've been hunting." Daphne's expression didn't change. "Explain." "Voldemort's soul. When he tried to kill me as a baby, a piece of him broke off and attached to me. I'm a Horcrux. Daphne. A piece of the darkest wizard in history lives inside me." Silence stretched between them. Harry watched emotions flicker across her face. Shock, fear, calculation, and then something he hadn't expected. Acceptance. Does it control you? No. Po. Does it influence your decisions? No. Mordecai keeps it contained. Has been since I was 9, apparently, though neither of us realized what it was. Then it doesn't matter. Daphne's voice was firm. You're Harry. Whatever pieces of other people you carry, you're still you. I might have to die to destroy it. Then we find another way. Her hand found his. You're not allowed to die, Harry Potter. I haven't finished with you yet. Despite everything, Harry laughed. Is that an order? It's a statement of fact. Daphne leaned against him, her warmth a comfort against the cold truths he carried. We'll figure this out, together. Harry let himself believe her, just for a moment. The Horcrux hunt resumed in earnest that summer. Harry knew their locations now, stolen from Voldemort's mind during the failed consumption. The locket was in a cave by the sea. The diadem was hidden in the room of requirement at Hogwarts. Nagini remained with her master wherever he'd fled, and the fragment in Harry's scar would have to be dealt with eventually. The cave came first. Harry, Sirius, and Dumbledore made the journey together, an unlikely alliance united by necessity. The defenses were formidable, a blood ward requiring sacrifice to enter, a lake filled with inferi, a basin of poison protecting the locket itself. Dumbledore volunteered to drink the poison. My hands are steady and my mind is strong. I can endure it. With respect, Headmaster. You're old. Harry drew a vial from his bag. I have something better. The potion was one of Snape's creations. A neutralizing agent that would render any liquid poison inert for a brief period. Harry coated the inside of a conjured cup and used it to empty the basin, dropping each portion into the lake rather than drinking it. Resourceful, Dumbledore observed. Practical? Harry retrieved the locket. It pulsed with malevolent energy against his palm. One down. The inferi rose as they tried to leave. Thousands of waterlogged corpses dragging themselves from the black lake. Sirius's fire whip-scythed through the front ranks, while Dumbledore conjured a ring of flames around their retreat. Harry did something else. He spoke to them, not in parcel tongue. Inferi weren't alive enough to understand language, but in something older. The necromancer's voice, preserved in his absorbed knowledge, carrying authority over dead things. Bestil, the inferi stopped. Harry, Sirius's voice was shaky. Later. Let's go. They escaped the cave and destroyed the locket that night, burning it with fiend fire, while Harry contained the soul fragment that tried to flee. The process was easier now that he understood the Horcrux's nature. The fragment simply ceased to exist, unmade by the same power he'd used on the cauldron. 2 down, 3 to go. The diadem was retrieved during Harry's return to Hogwarts for 5th year. A simple matter of asking the room of requirement to show him Ravenclaw's lost treasure. The room? apparently happy to be useful, practically handed it over. Its destruction was equally straightforward. Harry had refined his technique now, unmaking Horcruxes with surgical precision. The diadem crumbled to dust, its beauty and its corruption alike erased from existence. 3 down, 2 to go. Nagini and the fragment in Harry remained. The snake will be the hardest, Mordecai observed during one of their internal conversations. She never leaves her master's side, and killing her will alert him that we know about the Horcruxes. Which means she has to be last. The final confrontation. Yes, and the peace inside you? I know. Harry had been thinking about this constantly. It has to go. I won't live with Voldemort's soul polluting mine forever. The traditional method of destroying a Horcrux. Fiendfire, basilisk venom, the killing curse. All of those would kill you as well. So we find a non-traditional method? Mordecai was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful. There may be a way. The absorption technique you used on Voldemort's wraith. It could theoretically work in reverse. You could push the fragment out rather than pulling something in. Push it out how? Be anchoring it to something else. Something that could contain it long enough for destruction. A pause. The ritual would be dangerous. It's never been attempted before. But it might be possible to transfer the Horcrux from yourself to an inanimate object. Then destroy that object. Do it. You need time to prepare. Strength to recover. The ritual will nearly kill you, Harry. You should wait. We don't have time to wait. Voldemort is out there, recovering, planning his next move. Every day we delay is a day he uses to rebuild. Harry's mental voice was firm. Tell me what I need to do. The ritual took place on the winter solstice. The longest night, when dark magic was easiest to work with. Harry prepared the circle in the room of requirement, drawing runes he'd learned from Mordecai and artifacts he'd collected over years of preparation. His friends weren't present. He'd refused to let them attend, knowing the risks. Only Dumbledore knew what was happening, and he'd agreed to monitor from outside the room, ready to intervene if something went catastrophically wrong. Harry sat in the center of the circle, a simple clay vessel before him. This would be the new container, temporary, disposable, easily destroyed. Ready? Mordecai asked. Ready. The ritual began. Harry reached inside himself, past Mordecai's presence, past the absorbed artifacts, down to the deepest part of his being where the Horcrux lurked. He found it easily, a dark, cold knot of wrongness that he'd been living with so long he'd stopped noticing. Now he noticed. Now he grabbed hold, and he pushed. The pain was indescribable. It felt like tearing out part of his own soul, which, in a sense, it was. The Horcrux had been part of him for 14 years. It had roots in his magic, his identity, his very essence. But Harry was stronger than it was. He pushed harder. The fragment resisted. Voldemort's soul, even this tiny piece of it, didn't want to leave. It clawed at Harry's insides, screamed promises and threats, tried to dig itself deeper into his being. Harry pushed harder still. Blood ran from his nose, his ears, his eyes. The scar on his forehead split open, weeping something that might have been blood or might have been pure darkness. His body convulsed, trying to contain forces no human vessel was meant to experience. ALD, Mordecai commanded. Almost there. Oldie. With a final, agonizing effort, Harry tore the Horcrux free. The clay vessel shattered as the fragment poured into it, trying to anchor itself to anything, everything. Harry's hand closed around the nearest piece of broken pottery, and he screamed a word in a language older than Latin, older than history. The fragment unmade itself, and Harry collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. Daphne was asleep in the chair beside his bed, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't left since he'd been brought in. Blaise and Hermione were playing chess in the corner, both looking up sharply when he stirred. "You idiot," Daphne said, without opening her eyes. "You absolute idiot." It worked. It worked. Her eyes opened, and he saw the tears she was holding back. Dumbledore confirmed it. "The Horcrux is gone. You nearly died, but it's gone? Then it was worth it? Don't." Her voice cracked. "Don't you dare say that like it's simple. I thought I'd lost you, Harry." "We all did." Harry reached out, his hand finding hers. "I'm sorry. I should have told you what I was planning."
Yes, you should have.
She squeezed his fingers anyway. "Don't do it again." "I won't." "You're lying." "Probably." He smiled weakly. "But I'll try." Dumbledore visited later that day, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. "You've done something remarkable," the headmaster said. "Unprecedented. I confess I didn't believe it was possible. Most things aren't, until someone does them." Indeed. Dumbledore sat in the chair Daphne had vacated. "The Horcrux in your scar is destroyed. Nagini remains. Once she's dealt with, Voldemort will be truly mortal again." "I know. He'll be coming soon. He knows what you've been doing, not the specifics, but enough to understand you're a threat. The final confrontation approaches." "I know that too." Dumbledore studied him with those penetrating blue eyes. "You've grown into something extraordinary. Harry, I had my doubts about your methods, your alliances, the darkness you've embraced. But I can't argue with the results. Is that an apology?" "It's an acknowledgement. I underestimated you. I won't make that mistake again." The old wizard stood. "Rest. Recover. When Voldemort comes, you'll need every ounce of strength you possess. I'll be ready." "I believe you will." Dumbledore left. Harry lay in his hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, processing everything that had happened. One Horcrux remained, one battle to fight. And then, one way or another, the war with Voldemort would be over. He was ready. The rest of fifth year passed in preparation. Harry trained obsessively, pushing his magical abilities to new heights. The absorption of so much dark power had changed him, made him stronger faster, more attuned to magic itself. He could feel the flows of energy through Hogwarts, sense the intentions of other wizards before they acted, project his will in ways that defied conventional magical theory. His allies prepared as well. The network he'd spent years building coalesced into something approaching an army. Not soldiers exactly, but a web of support stretching across wizarding Britain. Aurors who'd been convinced by Bones's reforms. Pureblood families who saw which way the wind was blowing. Muggle-borns and half-bloods who wanted to fight for their place in the magical world. When Voldemort made his move, they'd be ready. The attack came in June, not at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's defenses were too strong. Not at the Ministry, too public, too risky. Voldemort chose a different target entirely. Grimmauld Place, the headquarters Harry had been using. The home Sirius had opened to their cause. Harry felt the wards fall from across the castle and knew immediately what had happened. Sirius. The word came out as a whisper. Then he was moving. Operating was supposed to be impossible within Hogwarts grounds. Harry did it anyway, tearing through the ancient wards by sheer force of will, arriving in the entryway of Grimmauld Place just as the battle reached its peak. Death Eaters were everywhere, dozens of them, the full strength of Voldemort's rebuilt forces. They'd caught the house's defenders by surprise, overwhelming them with numbers and dark magic. And in the center of the chaos, Voldemort himself stood over Sirius's fallen form. Ah, Harry, the Dark Lord's newly restored body, different from the one Harry had prevented, reconstructed through some other ritual, some other sacrifice, was pale and serpentine, but undeniably physical. "So good of you to join us. Get away from him." "Or what? You'll kill me." Voldemort laughed. You've been hunting my Horcruxes, boy. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Did you think I wouldn't adapt? I think you're running out of options." Harry stepped forward, power gathering around him. No more Horcruxes after tonight. No more hiding. Just you and me, Tom. The way it was always going to end. Confident words for a child facing a god. You're not a god. You're a scared half-blood who spent 50 years trying to outrun death. Harry raised his wand. Time to stop running. The duel that followed was unlike anything either of them had experienced. Voldemort was powerful, restored, focused, driven by rage at what Harry had done to his immortality. He wielded dark magic with casual brutality, spells that should have been impossible cascading from his wand in endless waves. Harry matched him blow for blow. The absorbed artifacts, the knowledge from Mordecai, the years of relentless training, all of it combined into a fighting style that was uniquely Harry's own. He didn't duel like a wizard, he fought like something else, mixing conventional spells with abilities no one had seen in centuries. The house shook around them. Walls collapsed. Dark magic clashed against darker magic, neither side giving ground. "AGI!" Voldemort shouted during a brief pause. "KLTMAL!" The giant snake emerged from the shadows, heading for Sirius's unconscious form. Harry saw, calculated, and made an impossible choice. He turned his back on Voldemort. A killing curse streaked toward him. Harry let it come. Let it hit his shoulder, felt the killing magic wash over him, and absorbed it. The darkness he carried rose to meet the curse, consuming it, converting it into power he could use. Pain exploded through his body, but he stayed standing, stayed focused, and his wand came up pointing at Nagini. The unmaking spell hit the snake mid-lunge. Nagini had time for one hiss of surprise before she ceased to exist. The final Horcrux, destroyed in a moment of desperate violence. Behind Harry, Voldemort screamed. The Dark Lord felt it, felt the last anchor to immortality torn away, felt his soul become suddenly, terrifyingly mortal. His concentration broke. His magic wavered. Harry turned and fired. Not the killing curse. Something older, something Mordecai had shown him once and warned him never to use. A curse that didn't kill the body, but destroyed the soul itself, erasing every trace of consciousness, every fragment of identity, every possibility of continued existence in any form. Voldemort had time to look surprised. Then he was gone. Not dead, not retreated, gone. As if he'd never existed at all. The Death Eaters, feeling their marks burn and vanish, began to panic. Some tried to flee. Some surrendered. Some fought on until they were subdued. Harry didn't care about any of them. He stumbled to Sirius's side, falling to his knees, checking for a pulse. It was there, weak but there. "Sirius!" Harry's voice cracked. "Sirius, stay with me." His godfather's eyes flickered open. "Harry, did we? Well, won. It's over. He's gone." Sirius smiled. That wild, slightly mad smile Harry had come to love. "Knew you could do it." His eyes closed. "Always knew." Healers arrived. Aurors arrived. The chaos of aftermath surrounded them. Harry sat in the wreckage of Grimmauld Place, his godfather's head in his lap, and let himself feel something he hadn't allowed in years. Relief. It was over. Finally, truly over. Voldemort was gone. The weeks that followed were a blur of recovery and restructuring. Sirius survived, though it was a close thing. The curse Voldemort had used would have killed a lesser wizard. Only the Black family's notorious resilience kept him breathing long enough for the healers to work. The Death Eaters were rounded up, tried, and sentenced. Some to Azkaban, now reformed, with Dementors removed entirely, and some to execution, depending on the severity of their crimes. The Malfoys escaped imprisonment through Narcissa's deal with Harry, though Lucius was stripped of his political positions and most of his wealth. Harry himself became something between a hero and a terror. The story of what had happened at Grimmauld Place spread quickly. How he'd absorbed a killing curse, destroyed Voldemort utterly, ended the war in a single impossible battle. People looked at him differently now, with awe, with fear, with a complicated mixture of gratitude and wariness. He didn't mind. He'd never wanted to be loved by the masses. What he wanted was waiting for him on the grounds of Hogwarts, 2 weeks after the battle, in a quiet corner where they wouldn't be disturbed. Daphne stood watching the sunset, her blonde hair catching the light, her posture as perfect as ever. "It's over," Harry said, coming to stand beside her. "Is it?" "Voldemort's gone. The Horcruxes are destroyed. The war is won. Wars are never really won, just paused." Daphne turned to look at him. "What happens now?" "Now." Harry considered the question. "Now I finish school. Build something lasting from the network we've created. Maybe get involved in politics, though Merlin knows I hate the thought. And us." The question hung in the air between them. "Use?" Harry reached out, his hand finding hers. "I'm not good at this, Daphne. Relationships. Feelings. I spent too long focused on survival to learn how to be normal. I don't want normal." Her fingers interlaced with his. "I want you. Whatever that means, whatever that looks like. I might look strange. I'm not going to stop being what I am." "I know. I've known since first year." Her smile was small but real. "I'm not asking you to change. I'm asking you to let me stand beside you." Harry looked at her, really looked, seeing not just the political ally and the trusted friend, but the person underneath. The girl who'd stayed when others would have run. Who'd accepted his darkness without flinching. Who'd become, somehow, the person he most wanted to talk to at the end of every day. "Okay," he said. "Okay. Stand beside me, for as long as you want." Her smile widened. "That might be a very long time. I'm counting on it." The sunset painted the sky in shades of red and gold. 2 young wizards stood together, watching the day end, and for the first time in years, Harry felt something like peace. It wouldn't last. There would be new challenges, new enemies, new battles to fight. The wizarding world was changed, and change always brought conflict. But for now, in this moment, with Daphne's hand in his and the war finally over, for now it was enough. "Well done," Mordecai murmured. "You've exceeded every expectation. Even mine. Couldn't have done it without you." "No, you couldn't have." There was warmth in the ancient presence's voice. "But I chose better than I knew that day in the shop. You've become something remarkable, Harry Potter. We've become something remarkable." "Yes, we have." Harry smiled and watched the sun set on the first day of the rest of his life. Chapter 50 Ascension 3 years later. Harry stood in the Wisengamot chamber and watched his enemies squirm. "The motion before this body is simple," he said, his voice carrying easily through the ancient hall. "The Muggle-born Registration Act proposed by the Honorable Undersecretary Umbridge is not only morally repugnant, it's strategically suicidal. We've just finished one war fought over blood purity. Does anyone here truly want to start another?" Dolores Umbridge's face had gone an ugly shade of puce. "Mr. Potter, your colorful history does not give you the right to." "My history gives me exactly that right." Harry didn't raise his voice, but something in his tone made her flinch back. "I ended Voldemort. I destroyed his Horcruxes. I rebuilt the Auror Corps from the ground up, after your ministry's incompetence gutted it. When you were hiding under your desk, during the Battle of Grimmauld Place, I was fighting dark wizards in my godfather's living room." Scattered laughter from the progressive bloc. Umbridge's allies shifted uncomfortably. "The Muggle-born Registration Act dies today," Harry continued. Anyone who votes for it will find themselves answering some very uncomfortable questions about their wartime activities. I have files, he smiled, and it wasn't pleasant. I have extensive files. The vote was 73-14 against the act. Umbridge fled the chamber before Harry could corner her. That was dramatic, Daphne observed as they walked out into the ministry atrium. Did you have to threaten them quite so openly? Yes. You enjoyed it. Immensely. She shook her head, but she was smiling. 3 years of partnership, political and personal, had taught her when to push back and when to let Harry be Harry. This was definitely the latter. They'd built something remarkable since the war's end. Not a faction exactly, and not quite a movement. More like a web of influence that stretched across every major institution in Wizarding Britain. Harry had allies in the Aurors, the Wisingamot Gringotts, even the Department of Mysteries. Daphne managed the social side, the parties, the marriages, the careful cultivation of relationships that turned enemies into neutrals and neutrals into friends. Blaise called it the Quiet Empire. Harry preferred to think of it as insurance. Sirius wants to see you tonight, Daphne said as they reached the apparition point. Something about the Black family vaults. More artifacts. Probably. You know how he gets when he's bored. Starts digging through storage rooms and finding things that should have stayed buried. Harry sighed. His godfather had recovered fully from the war, physically at least. The psychological scars were harder to heal. Sirius dealt with his trauma by throwing himself into projects, renovating Grimmauld Place, cataloging Black family history, hunting down dark objects that had been scattered across Britain during the conflict. I'll stop by after dinner. Speaking of which, Hermione's hosting. She's making that lamb thing you like. The one with the rosemary and garlic, yes. She's been practicing. Harry smiled. Hermione had changed since school. Still brilliant, still driven, but softer somehow. Her work at the ministry, Senior Undersecretary for Magical Creature Relations, the youngest in history, had given her purpose beyond academic achievement. And her relationship with Blaise, unlikely as it had seemed initially, had grounded her in ways nothing else had managed. Their group had stayed together after Hogwarts, bonded by experiences no one else could understand. Monthly dinners had become a tradition, a chance to reconnect, to remember who they were before power and politics complicated everything. Harry treasured those evenings more than he'd ever admit. Dinner was excellent. Hermione had indeed mastered the lamb. So, Blaise said, leaning back in his chair with a satisfied expression. I hear you terrified the Wisingamot today. I wouldn't say terrified. Umbridge was seen crying in the ladies' room afterward. I'd call that terrified. She deserves worse, Ginny said flatly. The youngest Weasley had become a permanent fixture in their circle, her fierce loyalty and tactical mind making her invaluable. That woman sent people to Azkaban during the war for nothing more than their blood status. Which is why Harry keeps files on her. Daphne's tone was mild. Among other reasons. The files are insurance, Harry said. I don't actually want to use them, but you will if you have to. Blaise raised his glass. To Harry Potter, the benevolent dictator of Wizarding Britain. Oh, I'm not a dictator. You control the Aurors, dominate the Wisingamot, and have enough blackmail material to destroy half the pureblood aristocracy. What would you call it? Harry considered the question seriously. Supervised democracy. Everyone laughed. Even Daphne, who usually maintained her composure in public, allowed herself a small smile. After dinner, while Hermione and Blaise cleaned up and Ginny argued with the flu about connection quality, Daphne pulled Harry aside. We need to talk about something. Her tone made him go still. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Just something's changed. She took his hand, placed it on her stomach. Something significant. Harry's brain stopped working. You're about 8 weeks. According to the healer. Her eyes searched his face. I wasn't sure how you'd react. We never really discussed. He kissed her. Not the careful, controlled kisses they usually shared in semi-public spaces, but something desperate and joyful and completely undignified. I take it you're pleased, she managed when they broke apart. Please doesn't cover it. Harry's hand hadn't moved from her stomach. Daphne? This is. I know. Her smile was the softest thing he'd ever seen. I know. They stood there for a long moment. Two people who'd started as political allies and become something neither of them had expected. The future had always been abstract for Harry. Something to prepare for, to protect against. Now it was suddenly, viscerally real. He was going to be a father. Congratulations, Mordecai said quietly. You've done something I never managed in my centuries of existence. What's that? Found something worth living for beyond power itself. The news spread through their inner circle within hours, and through society within days. Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass were expecting their first child. The political implications were enormous, an heir to both the Potter and Greengrass fortunes, potentially the Black fortune as well, if Sirius maintained his stance on Harry as his successor. Harry ignored the politics. For once, he wanted something in his life to be purely personal. But the world had other plans. The letter arrived 2 weeks after Daphne's announcement, delivered by an owl that dissolved into ash the moment it released its burden. The parchment was unmarked, except for a few lines written in green ink. You destroyed what should not be destroyed. You consumed what should not be consumed. Balance must be restored. We are coming. Harry read the message 3 times, committing every detail to memory, then burned it before anyone else could see. Mordecai. Do you recognize this? A long pause. When the ancient presence spoke, there was something in his voice Harry had never heard before. Fear. The Covenant of Shadows. I thought they were extinct. Who are they? My creators. Another pause. The wizards who made the ring that held me. The organization that erased me from history. They've survived all these centuries, watching, waiting. And now they're coming for me. For us. For what we've become. Mordecai's voice hardened. This is my fault. I didn't think. I never considered they might still exist. After 1,000 years, we'll handle it. You don't understand. The Covenant isn't like Voldemort. They don't want power or immortality. They want balance. And we, you and I, what we've built together, we're the most unbalanced thing on this planet. Harry considered this. He'd faced Voldemort, a dark lord with armies and Horcruxes and 50 years of preparation. He'd won. Whatever this Covenant was, they couldn't be worse. Could they? Research began immediately. The Covenant of Shadows wasn't mentioned in any standard historical text. Harry had to dig deep. Restricted sections, private collections, sources that most wizards didn't know existed. What he found was disturbing. The Covenant predated Hogwarts, predated the Ministry, possibly predated organized magical society entirely. They were custodians of something they called the balance, the natural equilibrium between light and dark magic, life and death, power and limitation. Their methods were absolute. When something threatened the balance, they eliminated it. Not through politics or warfare, but through systematic erasure. People, organizations, entire schools of magic had been wiped from existence when the Covenant deemed them too dangerous. Mordecai had been one of their targets. I was young when they came for me, the ancient presence admitted during one of their late night conversations. Arrogant. I'd accumulated too much power too quickly, disrupted patterns that had been stable for centuries. The Covenant gave me a choice to diminish myself or be diminished. You refused. I fought. For 3 years I fought them, using every technique I'd mastered, every artifact I'd collected. In the end, they couldn't destroy me. I was too strong for that. So they imprisoned me instead. The ring was their solution. A cage that would hold me until I was forgotten, until even the memory of my name faded from the world. And now they think I'm the same threat you were. You're worse. I was a single wizard who'd grown too powerful. You're a vessel containing thousands of absorbed consciousnesses, multiple integrated dark artifacts, and a symbiotic relationship with an entity that predates recorded history. The imbalance you represent makes my crimes look trivial. Harry processed this. He'd always known he was unusual. The absorption at age 9 had guaranteed that. But he'd never considered his existence might be seen as a cosmic-level threat. How do we fight them? I don't know if we can. The Covenant has resources I never fully understood. Members in every magical government, agents throughout history, techniques that have been refined over millennia. They're not an enemy you defeat. They're a force of nature you survive. Then we survive. It won't be that simple. It never is. The first attack came a month later. Harry was meeting with Kingsley Shacklebolt, the new head Auror, discussing security arrangements for an upcoming diplomatic summit. The ministry atrium was crowded with the usual afternoon traffic. Bureaucrats, visitors, people going about their ordinary lives. Harry felt the disturbance 3 seconds before it manifested. Just enough time to throw up a shield. Reality folded. There was no other way to describe it. The atrium, the floor, the walls, the ceiling, the flue network, everything, folded in on itself like paper being crumpled. People screamed as the laws of physics stopped applying. Gravity failed. Light bent. The very fabric of magical existence warped around a central point. And through that point stepped 3 figures in gray robes. Their faces were invisible, not hidden, just absent. As if the concept of individual identity didn't apply to them. They moved in perfect synchronization, walking through the chaos they'd created without being affected by it. Harry Potter. The voice came from all 3 simultaneously. You have been judged. Harry's shield held against the reality distortion, but only barely. Whatever power these beings wielded, it operated on a level he'd never encountered. Judged by whom? He kept his voice steady. The Covenant of Shadows. Balance must be restored. You have consumed what should not be consumed, integrated what should remain separate. You are an abomination against the natural order. I'm a survivor. Harry drew his wand. And I don't take kindly to being called an abomination. The fight that followed redefined Harry's understanding of combat. The Covenant agents didn't use spells in any conventional sense. They manipulated reality directly, twisting the fundamental rules that govern magical existence. Harry's most powerful curses dissipated before reaching them. His shields buckled under attacks that shouldn't have been possible. He fell back on Mordecai's oldest teachings, techniques that predated wand magic, that worked with raw power rather than structured spells. It was barely enough. One agent went down when Harry managed to absorb a fraction of the reality distortion and redirect it back at them. The figure dissolved into gray mist, its existence unraveled by its own power. The other 2 pressed harder. You cannot win, they intoned. You cannot fight the balance. You can only... The sentence never finished. Daphne's curse took the second agent in the back, a vicious piece of magic she'd learned from the Black family archives. The figure staggered, its control wavering, and Harry seized the opportunity. He reached inside himself, to the place where Mordecai lived, where all his absorbed power resided. And he pulled. Everything he was, everything they'd built together over 9 years, came together in a single moment of absolute focus. The power that erupted from Harry wasn't a spell or a technique. It was pure will, the concentrated force of a human being who refused to be erased. The remaining agents didn't dissolve. They shattered. Reality snapped back to normal around them as whatever force they'd been channeling lost its anchor. The atrium fell silent. Harry stood alone in the wreckage, breathing hard, blood dripping from his nose and ears. Around him, Ministry workers were picking themselves up, staring at the devastation with shell-shocked expressions. Daphne reached him first, her face pale but determined. "Are you hurt? I'll live." He grabbed her arm, needing the contact. "You shouldn't have been here." I felt something wrong. Through our bond. Her hand pressed against her stomach. The baby felt it too. Harry's jaw tightened. They'd attacked him in the Ministry, in broad daylight, with hundreds of witnesses. The Covenant wasn't interested in subtle manipulation. They wanted him eliminated, and they didn't care who knew it. "This isn't over," he said. "No, it's not." Daphne's eyes were hard. "But they made a mistake attacking you here. Now everyone knows they exist. Now you can respond openly." She was right. The Ministry, the press, the international magical community, they'd all have questions about gray, robed figures who could fold reality. And Harry had the beginnings of answers. Time to take the offensive. The war against the Covenant of Shadows was unlike any conflict Harry had fought before. There were no armies to field, no territories to capture. The Covenant operated through infiltration, manipulation, and sudden devastating strikes. Their agents could be anyone: a ministry clerk, a foreign dignitary, a trusted friend who'd been compromised without realizing it. Harry countered with the only weapon that worked against Shadow's light. He went public, gave interviews, released documentation about the Covenant's existence, their methods, their 1,000-year history of erasing anyone they deemed unbalanced. He made them famous, and famous enemies were much harder to hide. The response was polarized. Some people dismissed the claims as paranoia or attention-seeking. Others became convinced the Covenant was behind every misfortune in their lives. And a few, the ones who mattered, began digging into their own histories, finding evidence of impossible disappearances and unexplained erasures. Harry found allies in unexpected places. The goblins had long memories and longer grudges. The Covenant had moved against Gringotts twice in the past millennium, and the nation had neither forgotten nor forgiven. They provided intelligence, resources, and most importantly, access to their wards. The only magical protections that had ever successfully resisted Covenant reality manipulation. The vampires were another matter. Their eldest remembered Mordecai's war against the Covenant, remembered how close the ancient wizard had come to victory before his imprisonment. They offered support not out of altruism, but because they wanted to see if Harry could finish what his teacher had started. Even some of the old pure-blood families proved useful. The Covenant's neutrality in the Voldemort War had offended wizards on both sides. Dark families remembered agents who'd eliminated threats to the balance that they'd wanted to use. Light families remembered loved ones who'd vanished after displaying unbalanced magical talent. By spring, Harry had assembled a coalition unlike anything the wizarding world had seen. It wasn't an army. It was something more dangerous. A network of people with resources and grudges, all pointed at a common enemy. The Covenant noticed. The second major attack came during a coalition meeting at Grimmauld Place. 30 people from 7 different factions had gathered to coordinate their response to recent Covenant activity. Sirius was there, fully recovered and spoiling for a fight. Daphne was there despite Harry's objections, her pregnancy now visible but her determination undiminished. Representatives from Gringotts, the vampire courts, the old families, and half a dozen other groups filled the expanded meeting room. The wards fell without warning. Not broken, unraveled. Whatever the goblins had provided. Whatever protections Harry had layered over years of paranoid preparation, all of it simply ceased to exist. One moment the house was the most heavily warded structure in Britain. The next, it was completely defenseless. Gray, robed figures materialized throughout the building. Not 3 this time, dozens. More than Harry had believed existed. The abomination must be corrected. They intoned in unified chorus. All who shelter it share its corruption. The battle was chaos. Harry's allies fought with everything they had. Goblin battle axes met reality distortion. Vampire speed challenged agents who existed outside normal time. Dark curses and light magic alike tore through the house as 30 desperate people fought for their lives. Harry stood at the center of it all, burning through power at a rate that should have killed him, holding back attacks meant to erase his friends from existence. Mordecai was fully present now. Their consciousness merged in ways they'd never attempted before, 2 beings acting as one. "There are too many," Mordecai observed. "We can't hold them all." Then we changed the rules. Harry reached deep, deeper than he'd ever gone, past the absorbed artifacts, past Mordecai, into something fundamental. The core of what he'd become. The reason the Covenant feared him. He found balance, not the Covenant's version, their sterile equilibrium of diminished potential and enforced mediocrity. Real balance. The dynamic tension between light and dark, life and death, individual will and cosmic order. The thing they'd been trying to eliminate for 1,000 years, because they couldn't control it. And Harry let it out. The wave of power that erupted from him didn't attack the Covenant agents. It did something worse. It revealed them, stripped away the gray robes and the absent faces, and showed what they really were underneath. Hollowed out humans. People who'd sacrificed their individuality, their potential, their very selves in service to an abstract ideal. The balance they worshipped had consumed them long ago, leaving nothing but vessels for a philosophy that couldn't tolerate anything it couldn't control. "You're afraid," Harry realized aloud. "That's what this is really about. You're afraid of anything that grows beyond your understanding. The balance must be maintained." The unified voice wavered for the first time. Unchecked power destroys everything it touches. Unchecked fear destroys more. Harry stepped forward, power still radiating from him in waves. "I've seen what happens when you let terror make your decisions. Voldemort was afraid of death. The purebloods were afraid of change. And you're afraid of potential itself. We have maintained order for millennia. You've maintained stagnation. How many brilliant wizards did you erase because they threatened your precious balance? How many innovations did you prevent? How many people died because you decided they were too dangerous to live?" Harry's voice rose. "I'm not an abomination. I'm what happens when someone refuses to accept your limits." The Covenant agents attacked again, but something had changed. The revelation of their true nature had broken something essential. Their absolute conviction that they were right. Doubt had entered the equation, and doubt was death to creatures who ran on pure ideology. Harry's allies rallied. The tide of battle shifted. One by one, the gray, robed figures fell, their hold on reality weakening as their certainty crumbled. When the last agent dissolved, Harry stood in the ruins of Grimmauld Place and let himself feel the exhaustion he'd been holding at bay. "Is it over?" Sirius asked. Blood streaked his face from a wound above his eye, but he was grinning with the wild joy of a man who'd survived impossible odds. "The attack is over." Harry looked around at his battered but still standing allies. "The war? Might be too. Why?" Harry smiled grimly. Because I finally understand what they are. And understanding is the first step to victory. The final confrontation came 2 months later, deep beneath the ruins of the Covenant's oldest temple. Harry had tracked them to their source, a place that predated civilization, where the earliest wizards had first codified the balance and created the organization that would enforce it. The temple was buried under kilometers of rock, accessible only through paths that existed outside normal space. He went alone, not because he had to. His allies had offered to follow him anywhere, but because this was personal. The Covenant had threatened his family, his unborn child, everything he'd built, and some debts could only be paid in person. The temple's interior was vast and ancient, its walls covered in symbols that predated written language. At its heart sat a circle of thrones, and in those thrones sat the Covenant's leadership. The oldest members, the ones who'd guided the organization for centuries. There were 7 of them, men and women whose faces showed the weight of extended lifespans, whose eyes held the certainty of zealots who'd never questioned their purpose. Harry Potter. The speaker was a woman, ageless and cold. You've come far. I've come to end this. You can't end us. The balance is eternal. Even if you destroy everyone in this room, others will continue our work. No, they won't. Harry stepped into the circle of thrones. I've spent months studying your organization, your methods, your weaknesses, and I've found something interesting. He drew from his robes a crystal sphere, small, unremarkable, pulsing with gentle light. This is the anchor, Harry said. The artifact your founders created to give physical form to the balance they worshipped. It's been passed down through your leadership for millennia, binding each generation to the same obsessive purpose. The leader's expressions shifted. For the first time, Harry saw genuine fear. How did you, Mordecai, help me find it? He fought you for 3 years, remember? He knew more about your secrets than anyone alive. Harry turned the sphere over in his hands. The anchor doesn't just represent the balance. It enforces it. Every member of the Covenant is bound to this artifact, their purpose defined by its existence. You don't understand what you're holding. The woman's voice was urgent now. The anchor maintains the balance across the entire magical world. Without it, magic will be free. People will be free. Harry met her eyes. You've spent 1,000 years trying to control something that was never meant to be controlled. That ends now. He raised the sphere and crushed it. The effect was instantaneous. The Covenant leaders screamed as the bonds that had defined them for centuries suddenly dissolved. Their purpose, their certainty, their very identity, all of it had been anchored to the artifact Harry had just destroyed. Without it, they were just people. Old, confused people who'd given everything to an idea that no longer existed. What have you done? The woman's voice was a whisper. I've given you back your freedom. Harry looked at each of them in turn. What you do with it is up to you. But the Covenant of Shadows is finished. The balance you enforced, that dies today. He turned and walked out of the temple, leaving 7 ancient wizards to contemplate eternity without the purpose that had sustained them. Behind him, the temple began to crumble. Harry returned to a world that was already changing. The Covenant's dissolution sent ripples through every magical community on Earth. Restrictions that had been in place for centuries suddenly lifted. Magical potential that had been suppressed or eliminated was now free to develop. The balance, the artificial equilibrium that had constrained magical evolution for millennia, was gone. The consequences would take generations to fully manifest. Harry knew that. But the immediate effects were visible within weeks. Muggle-born wizards began displaying abilities that had never been recorded before. Squibs started showing magical potential that should have been impossible. Ancient techniques thought lost forever resurfaced in the minds of practitioners who'd never studied them. Magic was waking up, growing, evolving. Some people called it chaos. Harry preferred to think of it as potential. You've changed the world. Daphne observed one evening, watching the sunset from their home in the countryside. Her pregnancy was advanced now. Their child due within weeks. Again. I've given it a chance to change itself. Harry's hand rested on her stomach, feeling their daughter kick. What happens next isn't up to me. That's surprisingly humble. I've learned a few things over the years, he smiled. Mostly from you. Daphne leaned into him, her warmth a comfort against the cooling air. What now? The Covenant's gone. Voldemort's gone. Your enemies are defeated. There'll be new enemies. There always are. But right now, Harry considered the question. His whole life had been defined by conflict. The Dursleys, Hogwarts politics, Voldemort, the Covenant. He'd grown so accustomed to fighting that peace felt almost foreign. But sitting here, with Daphne beside him and their child growing inside her, he found he didn't mind the strangeness. Right now, he said, I think I'll rest. Just for a little while. You've earned it, Mordecai agreed. We've earned it. This isn't goodbye, is it? No. I'm part of you now. That won't change. But perhaps we can be partners rather than teacher and student. Equals, facing whatever comes together. I'd like that, so. Would I? Harry watched the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Somewhere out there, the wizarding world was transforming into something new. Politicians were scrambling to adapt. Traditions were being questioned. The entire framework of magical society was shifting under the weight of freed potential. He could engage with it, should engage with it, probably. There would be decisions to make, conflicts to mediate, transitions to manage. But not tonight. Tonight was for family. Let's go inside, he said. Hermione's bringing dinner, and I think Sirius is threatening to teach the house. Elves drinking songs again. Daphne laughed. A real laugh, free and unguarded. He's going to be a terrible influence on our daughter. The worst. She'll love him. They walked inside together, leaving the sunset behind, stepping into a future neither of them could have imagined when they were 11 years old and sorting into rival houses. The boy who lived had become something unprecedented. The girl from the ice, cold, pureblood family had become his partner and equal. And together, they'd reshaped their world. Not through domination or destruction, though there had been plenty of both, but through choice, through refusing to accept limits others imposed, through building something worth protecting and protecting it with everything they had. The house was warm and full of light. Friends gathered in the dining room, laughing and arguing and being wonderfully, messily human. Sirius was indeed teaching the house elves' inappropriate songs. Blaise and Hermione were debating some obscure point of magical theory. Ginny was arm wrestling Fred and George simultaneously and somehow winning. Harry stood in the doorway for a moment, taking it all in. Coming, Daphne called from inside. Yeah, he smiled. I'm coming. He stepped through the door and closed it behind him, shutting out the darkness, embracing the light. The story wasn't over. Stories never really ended. They just paused, waiting for the next chapter. There would be more battles, more challenges, more moments when everything seemed lost. Harry knew that, accepted it. But there would also be more evenings like this one. More love, more reasons to keep fighting. And that, in the end, was what mattered. I chose better than I knew, Mordecai said quietly. Show them what we are. Harry looked at his family, blood and chosen, present and coming, and felt something he'd spent most of his life searching for. Belonging? I already have, he replied. I already have. Epilogue. 15 years later, the platform was crowded with families saying goodbye. Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the morning light, and standing in the middle of it all, looking thoroughly unimpressed by the chaos, was Lily Potter. She had her father's dark hair and her mother's ice blue eyes. At 11 years old, she already carried herself with the self-possession of someone who knew exactly who she was and where she came from. "Remember what I told you," Harry said, crouching to her level. "About the hat. It'll try to read me. I should let it see what I want it to see and keep the rest private." Lily rolled her eyes. "You've only told me about 1,000 times, Dad, and I'll tell you 1,000 more if that's what it takes." He grinned. "Any idea which house you want?" "Slytherin, obviously. All the best people went there. Your mother will be pleased. Mum helped me pack my blackmail files." "That's my girl." Daphne appeared beside them, their younger son James in tow. At 8, James was already showing signs of the Potter, Greengrass hybrid temperament. Cunning wrapped in recklessness, ambition tempered by genuine kindness. "The train's about to leave," Daphne said. "Time for goodbyes." Lily hugged them both. Brief, controlled hugs that nonetheless held genuine warmth. "I'll write. If anything interesting happens." "Everything that happens to you is interesting," Harry said. Flatterer. She boarded the train with the confidence of someone who'd been preparing for this moment her entire life. Which, in many ways, she had. Harry and Daphne watched until the train disappeared around the bend, taking their daughter toward the same school that had shaped them both. "She'll be fine," Daphne said. "Then why do you look worried?" Harry considered the question. His daughter was smart, capable, and had more resources at her disposal than most adult wizards. She'd been raised on stories of the wars her parents had fought, trained in magics that Hogwarts didn't teach, and provided with contacts across wizarding society. She'd be more than fine. She'd be formidable. "I'm not worried about her," he said finally. "I'm worried about everyone else." Daphne laughed. "That's fair." They collected James and made their way off the platform, stepping back into the world they'd built together, a world where magic was free, where potential was unlimited, where the old fears and old restrictions had finally been laid to rest. It wasn't perfect, nothing ever was, but it was better than what had come before, and that was enough. "The next generation," Mordecai observed. "Your legacy continues." "Our legacy," Harry corrected. "You're part of this too, I know. I just never expected." "Expected what?" "To care. After everything I did, I never expected to care about anything beyond power and survival." The ancient presence was quiet for a moment. "You've changed me, Harry, in ways I didn't think were possible." "That's what family does." "Yes, I suppose it is." Harry smiled and took Daphne's hand as they walked through the barrier and back into the Muggle world. Behind them, King's Cross bustled with ordinary people living ordinary lives. Ahead of them, a car waited to take them home. And somewhere on a train heading north, their daughter was beginning her own journey. The story continued. It always did.